Chapter 742. The World of Immortals. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt the danger before his eyes was endless. Since he had already reincarnated into the dragons of this world, then he was clearly born in the Kyushu camp. At this time, he would have to face all kinds of things from the other world. In the original work, there were quite a few dragon kings who fell in the ambush of the other world. Furthermore, this world's training system was also extremely out of the ordinary. Moreover, there were many branches under this training system. For example, martial artist, divine ability, spell master, psychic, and even the death world's bone-body evolution and flesh rebirth. However, no matter how these training systems changed, they were generally divided into 12 levels. Exuvia, Historia, Zephyrus, Nirvana, Longevity, Fish Leap, Perfected, Earth Penetrating, Heaven Penetrating, Zhu Shin, King Level, and Emperor Level. According to reason, the newly born Dragon Kings should be at Exuvia 5th or 6th celestial layer. Even if I am a bit stronger than the average Dragon King, I should be at most at the peak of 6th celestial layer. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. Transformation realm is not much of a problem compared to heaven shrouding techniques Sea of Reincarnation. It's just that it's very strange. In this world's training system, apart from Spellmaster, Psychic, and so on, the others cannot fly in the Exuvia realm. If I encounter a practitioner of heaven shrouding technique, I will definitely suffer a great loss. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. Being able to fly is a very important thing. If you can fly freely, then your fighting ability will increase by 1 level. At this time, even if the one who can't fly is stronger, he will still be suppressed. However, this world's training system should not be inferior to heaven shrouding techniques quasi-emperor level at Zhu Shin. I remember that in the Battle of Zhu Shin, picking the stars and moon, refining the galaxy is something that can be done casually. In heaven shrouding technique, one must at least have the strength of a quasi-emperor. Since I came to this world, I don't need to reach emperor level, but I must at least reach king level. Zhou Tong had already set a goal for himself in his heart. In this world, emperor level cannot exist. Once you reach emperor level, there is only one outcome, and that is to die, unless you can enter the origin world. However, entering the origin world was also a path to death, because the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had already planned to refine the origin world in the future. Once he entered the only true world, it would be the same as him imprisoning himself, and he would be a prisoner on death row. However, it didn't matter to Zhou Tong that emperors couldn't exist. At worst, he could just take advantage of the fact that he wasn't dead yet to return. The only thing Zhou Tong wasn't sure about was the reason why emperors couldn't exist on a deeper level. Why could emperors exist during the immemorial era but not after? Was there a change in heaven and earth, or was there some other reason? Without understanding this point, even if Zhou Tong had the ability, he would not dare to break through to the emperor level. This was because he was not sure if his body would be implicated if he returned to shrouded heaven world. Forget it. The emperor realm is still too far away. What I need to do now is to become stronger. Zhou Tong shook his head and no longer thought about the emperor level. Instead, he thought about the Amethyst Dragon King that he killed. If I'm not wrong, that Amethyst Dragon King is the one that followed Lan Noa in the original work. It is also the first Dragon King born in the original work. Zhou Tong recalled the figure of the Amethyst Dragon and quickly confirmed this point. But now, the first Dragon King is mine. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. It hasn't been long since I was born, but I already have the chi of 2 Daozu dragons. Which dragon in this world can compete with me? Zhou Tong got up and continued walking in the mountain forest. He wanted to continue moving forward. This dragon island was an incomparably huge island, and the dragons had lived here for countless years. There must be a dragon vein hidden in the mountain range of the island. As long as he can find the dragon vein and stimulate the dragon chi of the earth, coupled with his current state, He will be able to grow rapidly in the shortest time and reach a realm that no one in the younger generation can reach. Along the way, Zhou Tong found that the Genesis techniques he learned in the Shrouding Heavens world were actually similar to this world. His search for the dragon vein suddenly sped up. In a short span of 3 days, he found a mountain peak that looked rather special. It was a mountain that was glowing with multicolored light. Upon a closer look, the multicolored light was divided into 7 colors. Occasionally, there would be 7 colored clouds lingering near the top of the mountain. The atmosphere was extraordinary, but when Zhou Tong truly stepped onto this mountain peak, he immediately discovered that the vegetation here was lustrous, as if it was carved out of jade. Every blade of grass here emitted wisps of clear light that ordinary people simply could not see. Even the mountain rocks carried wisps of purple chi, sparkling and lustrous. It's here. The core of the dragon vein on this island must be at the sacred mountain of dragons, but there is an old Eddosaurus there. I'd better keep a low profile and use the small dragon vein of this mountain to cultivate. Zhou Tong began to measure the land here, carefully observing the surrounding terrain and trying to figure it out. This mountain was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Tong seemed to hear the roar of a dragon coming from the void. This was a place where dragons soared, which was just right for him. After circling around the mountain, Zhou Tong used his innate ability, the green light, to carve out a series of mysterious runes in the nearby woods. It's almost done. As long as I activate this terrain, I can absorb the dragon chi hidden in this dragon island. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. The azure light on the dragon claw soared, and finally he gently pressed on a rock. Chi! Immediately, a rainbow-colored radiance rushed out from the ground. It was very dense, it was simply like a waterfall rushing up to the sky. Moreover, it also carried with it the roar of a dragon. In the end, this dragon chi descended on Zhou Tong's body. Brilliant rainbow-colored radiance enveloped Zhou Tong's body for a moment. It was more like a rainbow-colored ripple spreading out from the surface of his body. Zhou Tong quietly lay on top of a rock, and slowly operated the training method of the dragon race. He absorbed the dragon chi that emerged from the earth bit by bit. His body also slowly transformed. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Zhou Tong activated the dragon chi of the Dragon Island, that old Eddosaurus on the sacred mountain of dragons suddenly opened its eyes. It revealed an astonished expression. He activated the dragon chi of the Dragon Island, and even the essence of the fallen Eddosaurus? This old Eddosaurus was astonished. It recalled the birth of that innate Eddosaurus. That innate Eddosaurus relied on the heavenly tree to gather the dragon chi of all the fallen dragons on the Dragon Island. After gathering the essence of the Eddosaurus, it finally formed an innate Eddosaurus. If this continues, a completely new Eddosaurus will be born without a fight. The old Eddosaurus looked for a long time and finally closed its eyes again. Chapter 743. Within the mountain peak, the surging dragon chi continuously rushed out from the ground and entered Zhou Tong's body. This dragon chi was not only the dragon chi of the earth, but also the dragon essence and the essence of Eddosaurus. The Dragon Island had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the dragons had also lived here for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many dragons had fallen here in the past. Among them, there were even some ancestral dragons that were buried here. Although most of these things were consumed when the innate Eddosaurus was born, to Zhou Tong, who had just been born, even a trace of the dragon essence and the essence of Eddosaurus was enough to make him undergo a complete transformation. The dragon essence and dragon chi became denser and denser, and gradually liquefied. In the end, it formed a 7-colored viscous liquid on the surface of Zhou Tong's body, and a faint fragrance gradually drifted in the air. All of this flowed into Zhou Tong's body endlessly, baptizing his body. This was simply a strange scene. The dragon chi, dragon essence and even the essence of Ediosaurus were like the dew from a divine spring, nourishing Zhou Tong's body, tempering his body, and seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. Bathed in this almost liquefied seven-colored light, the green dragon scales all over Zhou Tong's body shone brightly. The dragon essence, dragon chi and even the essence of Ediosaurus all entered his body, and rumbled. At this moment, his entire body was glowing, and green light bloomed all over his body. It was as if he was about to become an immortal. At the same time, ripples spread out from his body one after another. Zhou Tong's bones were crackling, and his flesh and blood were pulsing rhythmically. The green dragon scales on his body were also trembling, and emitting a golden jade-like divine sound. There was an indescribable Tao rhythm. And amidst these countless strange phenomena, Zhou Tong's body also began to gradually change. First, his body began to grow. His body, which was originally less than a meter long, began to grow stronger. Then, his form underwent another transformation. He became more like a real dragon. This transformation lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, the dragon essence and Ediosaurus in this branch vein were almost exhausted. At this time, Zhou Tong also stopped his cultivation. Accompanied by a brilliant green light, Zhou Tong walked out of the cultivation ground. At this moment, his appearance was completely different from before. Green scales flickered all over his body, as if they were cast from green gold. They had a cold luster and were filled with a sense of great power. Currently, his body was already 1.5 meters long, but his body was still that of a violent dragon. However, the brilliant divine radiance flowing all over his body showed that his body was already filled with extremely powerful and terrifying divine power. Especially when he raised his leg and took a step, he had a terrifying might that resembled a dragon's gait. And the biggest change was his tail. That tail that was covered with green scales was no longer that crocodile-like tail from before. Instead, it became even flatter. At the same time, the shape similar to a goldfish's tail began to appear. This was simply the tail of a genuine Ediosaurus. Under the circumstances where no other Dragon King was born, Zhou Tong had already completed the first step of Dragon King's evolution. Another part of his body had evolved into an Ediosaurus. If my current strength is quantified according to this world's system, I should be in the Exuvia 9th celestial layer. Zhou Tong secretly estimated in his heart. Exuvia 9th celestial layer, I should be able to make contact with those humans. But before that, there is still one more method that I need to test. I didn't expect the dragon's ancient combat skills would also be passed down through the bloodline. Furthermore, it's these two moves. As soon as Zhou Tong thought till here, his body moved in a flash. Rumble! Along with the sound of wind and thunder, Zhou Tong suddenly moved. A mysterious green radiance appeared under his feet. At the same time, one ancient pattern after another appeared. It was simply like an ancient miracle that broke through the obstruction of the river of time and appeared in the present. One after another dragon pattern appeared in the vicinity of Zhou Tong's powerful legs. Wherever his feet stepped on, a cracking sound was transmitted unceasingly. Especially towards the end, it was as if a sea of stars appeared. Every step he took felt like the stars were moving. He stepped on the starry sky. Dragon's ancient combat skill, dragon counter steps. This was impressively the most powerful footwork among the dragon's ancient combat skills, dragon counter steps. It was Zhou Tong's first time using this combat skill, so he wasn't proficient in it. However, along with each step he took, the number of steps gradually increased. Towards the end, every step he took caused green radiance and dragon pattern to ripple out. A sea of stars appeared under his feet. The radiance was resplendent, the starlight was glistening. Rumble! Finally, Zhou Tong stepped into the void. At the same time, the divine map of the sea of stars appeared under his feet. Zhou Tong directly stepped into the air. Step by step in the void, It was as if he was ascending to the heavens. When Zhou Tong flew into the air, he suddenly turned his feet and his entire dragon body directly crashed into the cliff not far away. However, the moment he approached the cliff, his waist turned, and the Ediosaurus tail swept out. Dragon's ancient combat skill, Divine Dragon Tail Whip. This tail sweep caused the wind to howl like thunder between heaven and earth. The force was like the roar of a raging sea. The momentum was vigorous and majestic. Before the dragon's tail touched the mountain rocks, the extremely dense surging force had already crushed a large area of the cliff. The mountain rocks there were collapsed and swept across. This was a kind of unparalleled divine might, a genuine unparalleled might. Merely the force of the dragon's tail sweep was enough to stir up the wind and thunder. It was invincible and unstoppable. Dragon countersteps and divine dragon tail whip. After the breakthrough this time, a total of these two combat skills emerged from my bloodline. The power is not bad. After Zhou Tong landed on the ground, he nodded his head in satisfaction. These two combat skills, in terms of power and level, should be at the same level as the secret techniques created by the Shrouding Heaven World's Great Emperor or Great Emperor. They were very powerful and could be used until the later stage. Next, I should work hard to break through to the Historia realm. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and said in his heart, Historia, the world of immortals training system. Once one reached this realm, they would begin to train their divine soul. As soon as they entered this realm, they would begin to come in contact with the great treasures inside their body. Training to this step was a process of excavating the body's potential. All kinds of treasures inside the body would be excavated and revealed. This step was also a process of knowing oneself, a process of opening the treasures inside one's body. The Historia realm already has some traces of the Shrouding Heaven technique. I have already begun to excavate my own treasures and potential. Zhou Tong thought in his heart, I wonder what kind of treasures my body excavated. Is it some secret technique of my Shrouding Heaven technique? Or is it some divine ability and combat skill passed down by the dragons of this world? Or is it something unprecedented? However, I don't need to be too anxious for the time being. I should stabilize my current Exuvia 9th celestial layer first. While I'm at it, I can refine the dragon's divine ability and combat skill. After all, it's another system, it's better to have a more stable foundation. Zhou Tong had been training on this mountain peak for a period of time. He was training the dragon's divine ability and combat skill. Chapter 744. Time passed by slowly, when Zhou Tong was training the dragon's battle skills and divine ability by himself on the mountain peak. On the other side, all the young experts of the human race began to wantonly search for traces of the Dragon King on the island. The appearance of Zhou Tong and that purple dragon was the sign of the birth of a Dragon King. Nobody wanted to miss this kind of opportunity. After all, subduing a Dragon King was very beneficial for their future. However, it had already been more than 20 days since Zhou Tong appeared in front of them last time, but they still didn't find anything. They didn't see any traces of the Dragon King anymore. All the practitioners on the island were guessing one after another about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. Some people thought that Zhou Tong had already gone into hiding. Some people thought that he went deeper into the Dragon Island. That's why this group of people was quickly divided into two groups. One group continued to search around the periphery of the Dragon Island, and the other group went deeper into the Dragon Island. Of course, during the period of searching for Zhou Tong, it was also a process of slaughter. Many people died because of this. However, just at this time, a terrifying event happened on the Dragon Island. Just today, a terrifying divine radiance suddenly appeared on that huge Dragon Island. Everyone on the island was dazzled by that radiance in an instant. They were unable to open their eyes. The Dragon Island above the boundless sea was like a pearl that had been wiped off the dust. It was incomparably brilliant. The radiance transformed into divine flames and soared into the sky, scattering the wind and clouds. At the same time, the entire Dragon Island was roaring. The dragons roared, the sound waves were like thunder, causing the heaven and earth to split open. The entire huge Dragon Island was shaking violently, just like an earthquake. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the practitioners were incomparably alarmed. They didn't know what kind of terrifying event happened here. They only knew that their souls were trembling. They felt terrified. The divine radiance covering the sky above the Dragon Island lasted for more than 2 hours before it slowly dissipated. But at this time, those practitioners on the periphery of the Dragon Island were alarmed to discover the sea area around the Dragon Island underwent a shocking transformation. The brilliant divine radiance moved unhindered on the boundless sea, causing the originally tranquil sea to set off a huge wave. The huge wave soared into the sky, as if it wanted to sweep away all the clouds in the sky. Everyone could faintly feel the sea contained an incomparably terrifying power. The taboo ocean within the radius of several thousand miles around the Dragon Island became deathly still at this moment. This area of the ocean was sealed off. This was a world-shaking, unforeseen event. The Dragon Island was located in the middle of the taboo sea in the first place. Ships couldn't pass through that place, but every few hundred years, this sea would once again be able to pass through it. This was how the youngsters on the Dragon Island entered the Dragon Island. However, what scared them the most was that according to history, every opening of the sea would last for at least half a year. But now, it was only 2 months before the sea was sealed again. Almost all the cultivators who noticed this collapsed. Because the sea was sealed, it meant that they would never be able to leave the Dragon Island unless they waited for another reincarnation several hundred years later. Even if they trained on this island, the power of the gods was suppressed by this island. It could be said that they could only train up to Historia realm at most. It was impossible for them to have several hundred years of lifespan in this realm. It was too short. At the same time, on the other side, the moment the divine radiance appeared, Zhou Tong subconsciously wanted to restrain himself after he let out the myriad dragon roar for the first time. But he quickly realized that kind of mysterious power that was guiding him to raise his head and roar towards the sky seemed to be conveying some kind of strange battle skill of the dragons. He followed the myriad dragon roar for no less than 2 hours. Only in the end did he figure out what this battle skill was. This was a kind of sound wave battle skill unique to dragons. Dragon Roaring Wave. Dragon Roaring Wave. This kind of battle skill is a little interesting. Zhou Tong tried to comprehend this kind of battle skill for a while, and quickly grasped the essence of this kind of battle skill. However, the divine radiance sealing the island should have triggered the divine monument's sealing power, but the timing of the activation was brought forward. Don't tell me that Ediosaurus is behind this? But then, Zhou Tong recalled the situation of the divine radiance sealing the island this time. If he was that Ediosaurus, he would definitely do something. He was willing to let his family's younger generation follow the humans and leave the Dragon Island to experience the outside world, but he definitely wouldn't allow his family's younger generation to be looked down upon. Sealing the island in advance, making these people have to rely on the young Dragon King to leave, this was definitely the best way to protect his family's younger generation. Next, I should go and get in touch with those humans. I wonder if I can find Xiao Chun? Zhou Tong was very interested in Xiao Chen's divine monument mysterious technique. Strictly speaking, in the entire world of immortals, the only technique that Zhou Tong was really jealous of was Xiao Chen's divine monument mysterious technique. This mysterious technique was most likely created by the former emperor-level experts Pangu, Niuhua, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It could be said to be the #1 technique in this world. Divine Monument Mysterious Technique. If I didn't remember wrongly, this thing seems to be absorbing external spiritual energy and refining it into one's acupoints to increase one's potential. Zhou Tong recalled the content of the original work. Those so-called divinized acupoints were simply the potential that was forcibly created by external force. No matter how bad one's innate talent was, once they practiced this technique, the potential within their body would experience an unimaginable increase. Because the essence of this technique was to precipitate one's potential. All the increase in strength and realm was only a side effect of increasing one's potential. The normal training method should be to open the door of potential within the body step by step during the training process. And the side effect of increasing one's power was the growth and transformation of the door of potential. Just like the heaven concealing technique. But the divine monument mysterious technique did the opposite. It did not aim to increase one's power, but to increase one's potential. Increasing one's power was only a side effect of increasing one's potential. If one used this technique to build one's foundation, they would be able to build the strongest foundation. My dragon body doesn't need to practice this technique, but the chaos body that my original body shed can practice this technique. Zhou Tong had already made this technique something that he had to learn. Although the chaos body that his original body shed was still strong, in reality, the door of potential in his body had already been squeezed dry when it transformed. Therefore, Zhou Tong placed this body in his 10 heavenly rings to nurture it bit by bit. He wanted to replenish the dried door of potential and even improve it to a higher level. However, this process was destined to be a long one. Ruthless bodies were nourished in the Chaos Dragon nest for 700,000 to 800,000 years before they were finally replenished. However, if he obtained the Divine Monument Mysterious technique, he would probably only need a few thousand years to accumulate enough potential to be the best help for Zhou Tong's original body to reach the Immortal King realm. Chapter 745. After Shenguang sealed the island, Zhou Tong also began to make his move. His entire body was like a streak of green lightning as he began to jump about in the nearby mountain woods. However, not long after he walked, his extremely sensitive spiritual sense suddenly sensed that something seemed to be happening in a forest not far away. Over there seems to be a human? And it seems to be a little strong? Zhou Tong was a little curious because from his perception, the human over there seemed to be a little too strong. It was a lot stronger than him. At the very least, it should be a Historia-level expert. Such a strong human in this place, I'm afraid he's going to run out of luck. Could it be the elders of those youngsters? Zhou Tong carried a little curiosity as he carefully walked towards the direction he sensed. However, just when Zhou Tong approached, he suddenly felt some kind of bizarre change in the surrounding space. It was as if he had entered another space-time, or as if he had stepped into the river of time. This feeling, is it the secret of time? It's similar to the secret technique of the time corridor. It can be considered exquisite. A trace of surprise flashed through Zhou Tong's eyes. He didn't expect to see a cultivator using the secret technique of time in this place. This kind of secret technique of time can't be considered strong, it's just a smokescreen. Those who haven't seen the secret technique of time, or those savage beasts without any intelligence will definitely fall for it. However, for me, it won't have any effect at that time. Zhou Tong easily entered the interior through the crack of the time corridor. As soon as he entered, Zhou Tong saw a woman lying on the ground. She even vomited a pool of blood beside her. Her entire body was surrounded by a kind of bizarre, colorful mist. She seemed incomparably mysterious. However, just by looking at her faintly discernible exquisite figure within the mist, one could tell that she was definitely a peerless beauty. And at the same time Zhou Tong looked over, this woman also turned her head with difficulty and looked straight at Zhou Tong's eyes. It was just a pair of eyes, but it made Zhou Tong feel that this person had the intelligence of heaven and earth. There was an ethereal and distant feeling. He was clearly standing in front of Zhou Tong, but it was as if he was far away in the clouds. This was a kind of temperament that truly transcended the mortal world. A peerless beauty, an ethereal temperament, the god of time, plus the backlash from the Dragon Island's power, there is only one person on the island who fulfills these conditions, Lan Nua. Zhou Tong instantly understood this person's identity. And it was precisely because he had seen the person with his own eyes that Zhou Tong understood why Lan Nua was praised everywhere in the original work, making countless cultivators feel ashamed of their inferiority. This person was simply a natural-born cultivator, pure and indifferent, untainted by dust, and naturally close to the Tao. If such a person entered the shrouded heaven world, the most suitable immortal gold for her would be the divine mark purple gold. She was the cultivator most likely to refine the divine mark purple gold to the psychic and immortal realm. An ethereal temperament close to that of an immortal. Since we are fated, I will help you today. Zhou Tong's claws moved in the air, emitting a mysterious aura of Tao. Immediately, the endless heaven and earth essence qi in the air began to condense here. A trace of surprise also appeared on Lan Nua's pair of beautiful eyes. Zhou Tong's pair of dragon claws seemed to have endless demonic power. Although his movements were not fast, but the mysterious aura emitted made Lan Nua shocked. Buzz! Very quickly, the air rioted, the heaven and earth essence qi rolled over. Star splendor, moonlight, sun essence, even the life force of the flowers and trees in the world, even the extremely deep trace of dragon origin energy under the ground were all drawn by Zhou Tong, pouring down towards Lan Nua. While Lan Nua was shocked, she also immediately circulated her cultivation and began to absorb the heaven and earth essence qi to heal her injuries. The multicolored light in the sky was extraordinary, the heaven and earth essence qi burst forth. Lan Nua's exceptional figure slowly floated in the air. So that's how it is, this is her martial arts. She was attacked by the Dragon Island's divine radiance when she was undergoing nirvana, she almost died. Zhou Tong stared at Lan Nua for a while. He quickly figured out her martial arts. Although Zhou Tong's current power was still very low, his eyesight was still there. He was able to figure out Lan Nua's martial arts and divine techniques with a single glance, and also understood her current state. Nirvana realm was a relatively special realm in the world of immortals training system. Once a cultivator reached this realm, they would be immortal. Their body and mind would be on the verge of death, wandering between life and death, comprehending the profound meaning of life and death. If they thoroughly comprehended the profound meaning of life and death, they would be able to take a step forward and reach the immortal realm. However, if they were stagnant, they might be consigned to eternal damnation, their body and soul would be destroyed. Furthermore, this realm was also very strange, because the power of this realm was uncertain, it was fluctuating all the time. When they were strong, they could display the power of the immortal realm, but when they were weak, they might not even be as strong as Historia realm cultivators. As far as practitioners were concerned, Nirvana realm was not only a huge opportunity, but also a terrifying danger. Those who could solve the mystery of life and death would break out of their cocoon and transform into a butterfly and live forever in this world. And those who couldn't comprehend it would turn into ashes at this point. The cruelty of the path of martial arts was fully revealed in this realm. And the Lan Nua before his eyes was precisely in this realm. Especially the current her power was regressing. And beside her, there was still an unfathomable man. How could this not make Lan Nua panic? So this is the Nirvana realm of this world's training system. It feels very similar to the chaotic antiquity technique's sacred sacrifice. Zhou Tong secretly compared Lan Nua's training state with the sacred sacrifice. The sacred sacrifice belonged to a very special state within the chaotic antiquity technique. The power was unstable. When they were strong, they were no different from Empyrean God. When they were weak, it was very dangerous. Their power would drop, and they might not even be comparable to Divine Flame Realm. The sacred sacrifice of the chaotic ancient arts is a state that only peerless geniuses can enter. This is a kind of accumulation of potential and battle prowess. Similarly, the nirvana of the immortal realm is also a kind of accumulation of potential and battle prowess. However, it is something that everyone must face. Zhou Tong carefully savored the similarities between the two different cultivation systems of these two worlds. In a very short period of time, he had a huge harvest. This allowed him to have a more comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system of the world of immortals. At the same time, with the help of this huge amount of life essence, Lan Nua's injuries quickly recovered. The life essence that was gathering unceasingly between heaven and earth began to dissipate slowly. Lan Nua also landed on the ground from midair. "Thank you." Lan Nua looked at Zhou Tong, and her gentle voice resounded. "I was born on the Dragon Island since I was little. I still don't understand the way of martial arts in the outside world. How about you explain it to me?" The green radiance flickered beside Zhou Tong. It vibrated the air, and let out a sound. The current him was still unable to speak the human language. He could only use his divine ability to vibrate the air, and let out a sound. Lan Nua was astonished again. She didn't expect this little dragon to actually be this smart. She asked almost subconsciously, "You were born on the Dragon Island since you were little, how do you know the human language?" "A lot of humans came to the island during this period of time. I naturally learned it," Zhou Tong casually replied. Chapter 746. Such a smart little dragon. Lan Nua was also a little surprised. With her experience, she could naturally see that the Zhou Tong in front of her was definitely a little dragon that was not more than a month old. However, this kind of little dragon actually learned the human language when he was peeping at humans. Furthermore, his control over his power was too strong. The dragon's mouth couldn't make any sound, but he could actually control his own power to make the air vibrate. Furthermore, his voice was so clear, there was no ambiguity at all. This kind of power control, even Lan Nua, who had been cultivating since young, was amazed. What made Lan Nua even more shocked was, this little dragon actually yearned for human civilization so much so that he even wanted to learn the way of cultivation from her. This kind of extremely talented and eager to learn, his future achievement would definitely not be low. It was also impossible for him to be low. "All right, I'll teach you." Lan Nua immediately nodded her head, and began to explain the way of cultivation to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong listened very seriously. With his current realm, he naturally surpassed Lan Nua. However, Zhou Tong's understanding of the world of immortals' cultivation system was far inferior to Lan Nua. That's why he was very modest. If there was something he didn't understand, he would ask her directly. And following Lan Nua's explanation, Zhou Tong immediately had a more in-depth and comprehensive understanding of the world of immortals' cultivation system. Exuvia realm, it could already be considered as transcending the mortal world, standing out from countless cultivators and leaping over the natural moat on the path of cultivation. This could already be considered as taking the most crucial step on the path to immortality. Cultivators who entered the Exuvia realm could communicate with the world's energy to refine their body. Their divine power would grow and multiply endlessly. Historia realm was when cultivators gradually began to condense their primordial spirit and began to activate the treasures in their body. All kinds of divine abilities would begin to appear. Cultivators who reached the Zephyr realm could also fly in the sky. Of course, Zephyr was not just limited to the literal meaning. Cultivators who reached the Zephyr realm could already control a part of the world's natural power for their own use. All kinds of divine abilities would appear one step further. Cultivators who reached this realm would have the title of demigod. Nirvana realm was just like the literal meaning, caught in the intertwining of life and death, struggling to transform. Immortality, reaching this realm, was truly seeing through life and death, and from then on living forever. All sorts of profound meanings were self-taught. Magic power surged on its own, and divine abilities appeared on their own. However, what Zhou Tong obtained from Lan Nua was only a detailed explanation of these 5 realms, because Lan Nua herself was only in the Nirvana realm. She had only heard of the names of the higher realms: Fish Leap, Perfected, Earth Penetrate, and Heaven Penetrate, but she didn't know the profoundness of these realms. Of course, in the process of communication, Zhou Tong also had many questions that Lan Nua could not answer. Moreover, the more Lan Nua explained the path of cultivation to Zhou Tong, the more shocked she felt. This was because many of the questions that Zhou Tong asked were things that she had never thought of before. Lan Nua even vaguely felt that if she could solve these questions that Zhou Tong asked, her cultivation would definitely soar in a very short period of time. The exchange between the two of them lasted for 3 whole days. In a short span of 3 days, both of them had reaped great rewards. Zhou Tong figured out the foundation of this world's cultivation system, and Lan Nua also gradually saw the path ahead from Zhou Tong's questions, and discovered some problems that she usually didn't notice during her cultivation. 3 days later, Zhou Tong left the area where Lan Nua was. According to the information that I got from Lan Nua, the cultivation system of this world, the so-called immortal realm, is probably equivalent to the immortal 2 great expert of the heaven-concealing technique. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. Speaking of which, this can be considered a correspondence. In the immortal ancient era of the heaven-concealing world, the immortal 2 great expert would be able to achieve immortality. If we extrapolate according to this system, then the Fish Leap, Perfected, Earth Penetrate, Heaven Penetrate, and Heaven Penetrate realms correspond to the heaven-concealing technique. The immortal realm was equivalent to the immortal 2 great expert, then the Fish Leap realm was equivalent to the immortal 3 great expert of the Tao Severing realm. This was also in line with the name Fish Leap, leaping from the great expert to the Tao Severing realm. The Perfected realm was equivalent to the immortal foundation level 4 great expert of the heaven-concealing technique. The Earth Penetrate realm was equivalent to the immortal foundation level 5 great expert of the heaven-concealing technique. As for the heaven-penetrating realm, which is the so-called half-ancestor, it should be equivalent to the Great Sage realm. However, it's still a pity. Lan Nua's current realm is too low. A lot of the things after that are only speculations, it's not accurate. Zhou Tong shook his head, no longer pondering over the question of the combat strength of the cultivation realms. Instead, he shifted his attention to the differences and similarities between the 2 cultivation systems. While comprehending, Zhou Tong also got up and walked towards the depths of the Dragon Island. Zhou Tong's speed was not fast. He was like a traveler, quietly observing the flowers, grass, and trees of this world, quietly watching the setting sun and silver moon, quietly comprehending the life and death of this world. Zhou Tong almost completely threw away the things in the heaven-concealing technique and focused on the cultivation system of the world of immortals. Time passed by day after day. After wholeheartedly immersing himself in it, Zhou Tong also had some comprehension. Along with the comprehension, Zhou Tong felt his own divine sense was like a real dragon. The dragon soared through the 9 heavens and soared straight into the clouds. It was as if he had entered a vast and mysterious starry sky, unceasingly condensing, as if he wanted to transform into a member of the starry sky. It was a familiar yet strange feeling. It was familiar because it was similar to the feeling of opening the door of potential in his body when he cultivated the heaven-shrouding art. It was strange because it was fundamentally different from the feeling of opening the door of potential with the heaven-shrouding art. Roar! A world-shaking dragon roar resounded from his heart. Zhou Tong's divine sense seemed to have seen a real dragon proudly swimming in the starry sky. He subconsciously followed the direction of the dragon roar and finally rushed past it. In an instant, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth poured into Zhou Tong's body unceasingly. At this moment, his body and mind were in a kind of bizarre state of comprehension. After that, all the bones in his body began to tremble, and in the end, a brilliant multicolored radiance burst out. He broke through. He officially broke through from the Exuvia realm and entered the Historia realm. Within his body, the blood flow accelerated. In a trance, Zhou Tong seemed to have heard the blood in his body surging like a great river. The sound was incomparably clear as it transmitted into his heart. There was also that beating heart, as well as the sound of all kinds of internal organs operating within his body. At this instant, Zhou Tong felt one mysterious divine radiance after another rushing out from his body. After that, the divine radiance flowed to every part of his body, making his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even every inch of his flesh, bones, and scales receive a baptism. His entire body was enveloped by the divine radiance from top to bottom. This was transformation, this was sublimation, this was evolution. This was a process of breaking the shackles of the body, transcending oneself, and stepping into a new world. Chapter 747. Did I advance to Historia realm just like that? Zhou Tong regained his senses and opened his eyes. He felt that he was no longer the same as before. He could clearly see the dust under the leaves of the trees in the distant mountains. He could feel the vibrations under the earth caused by snakes, insects, rats, and ants drilling into the earth. He could hear the crashing of the waves on the shore, many mountains away. Although everything was far away, everything in the surroundings was within his heart. Everything was so vivid and clear. It was as if the heaven and earth were displaying everything in front of his eyes. Training my divine sense from Historia realm is a lot faster than heaven obscuring technique, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. However, at this moment, he was still quietly recalling the feeling of opening the treasure within his body. Opening the treasure within one's body, in terms of nature, this stage was exactly the same as heaven obscuring technique. However, after heaven obscuring technique opened the gate of potential, what was released was pure power. As for how to use this power, it would depend on the secret technique that the cultivator practiced. However, the cultivation method of this world of immortals was different. When it opened the potential, it even came with a divine ability. These were 2 completely different methods to open the potential. If I didn't guess wrongly, the divine ability of this world is related to the cultivator's spirit as well as their Hotian experience. Zhou Tong made a comparison in his heart. This might be related to the cultivator's divine sense cultivation method. In heaven obscuring technique, the Immortal Foundation's secret domain, where the divine sense was located, was the last one to open among the 5 great secret domains. It was precisely because of the opening of the first 4 great secret domains that the sudden opening of the gate of potential in the Immortal Foundation's secret domain wouldn't produce any special effects. However, the cultivation system of the world of immortals, before the body's foundation reached a certain level, the divine sense's potential had already been opened. This uncontrollable power would combine with the cultivator's spirit's desire and potential, and finally form one after another inconceivable divine ability. This kind of divine ability, some were very strong, some were very weak, and full of uncertainty. However, the only thing that could be confirmed was that the stronger the cultivator's spirit, the more terrifying the divine ability would be. However, my divine ability, this can't be considered a true divine ability. It's still the original great divine ability of the dragons. The dragon horn on Zhou Tong's head burst with a cyan-colored divine light, hacking down towards a mountain not far away like a sword. Boom! The huge green sword light swept across, and in an instant, the peak of the mountain collapsed. A large area at the very top of the mountain was directly flattened. The great ability of the dragons could confine everything, sweep everything away, and exterminate everything. Previously, when he was in Exuvia realm, Zhou Tong could only display the power of confinement. After the advancement this time, he already displayed the divine might of sweeping everything away. I only need this dragon's great divine ability. The other transformations will be displayed on my body. Zhou Tong slowly withdrew the green divine light. He then lowered his head and looked at his arms. His current body was originally a Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. This body had a very obvious characteristic, which was its short arms. However, after the breakthrough this time and the transformation of his whole body, this kind of short arm weakness had already been patched up to the greatest extent. Now, Zhou Tong's arms had already turned into Eddosaurus arms and Eddosaurus claws. Innate Eddosaurus head, Eddosaurus tail in Exuvia realm, Eddosaurus arms and Eddosaurus claws in Historia realm. Zhou Tong said in his heart, according to reason, the Dragon King should be able to replenish one Eddosaurus characteristic in every realm. The reason why I can replenish two great Eddosaurus characteristics in Historia realm is definitely because I killed the Amethyst Dragon King and seized Daozu's dragon aura. According to the real evolution process, any Dragon King should be innate Eddosaurus head, Eddosaurus tail in Exuvia realm, Eddosaurus arms in Historia realm, and Eddosaurus front claws in Zephyrus realm. Following that, Nirvana, longevity, fish leap, perfected, earth penetrating, and heaven penetrating, these 7 realms might need to replenish Eddosaurus legs, Eddosaurus hind claws, Eddosaurus scales, Eddosaurus body, Eddosaurus abdomen, and Eddosaurus beard respectively. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Eddosaurus aura within the body of those dragons that hadn't killed other Dragon Kings would not be enough to support their evolution. I have already killed a Dragon King. I am already one step ahead of the other Dragon Kings. The other Dragon Kings will need to reach at least half ancestor to transform into a complete Eddosaurus body. And I might be able to transform into a complete Eddosaurus body when I reach Earth-penetrating realm. Zhou Tong thought in his heart. Next, I should be able to get in touch with Xiao Chen. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, and secretly calculated the time in his heart. It hasn't been long since the divine light sealed the island. The next place Xiao Chen would go was more or less confirmed. Xiao Chen will most likely go to the place where Ku was born, and the place where Ku was born is also the place where her mother, Eddosaurus, was born. Zhou Tong had already figured out the place where the innate Eddosaurus was born. The innate Eddosaurus was born from the heavenly tree with the dragon essence, and Eddosaurus left behind on the dragon island. In that case, by going in the opposite direction and exploring from the dragon vein, he could easily find the place where the heavenly tree took root at that time. After advancing to the Historia realm, Zhou Tong's advancing speed became even more terrifying. He easily flipped over a large area of the primitive forest and gradually approached his destination. However, the closer he got to his destination, the more cautious Zhou Tong became. This place was already very close to the place where the dragons lived. There were adult dragons everywhere in this vicinity. Moreover, they were adult dragons whose divinity was suppressed by their bestial nature. As soon as he arrived at this place, Zhou Tong heard the world-shaking roar of dragons from the mountain range in the vicinity. Furthermore, there were all kinds of dragons' claw marks everywhere on the ground. This place was frequented by dragons. I'm finally here. As Zhou Tong approached this place, he also discovered that the draconic aura in this place was clearly a lot denser compared to other places. Finally, after he flipped over a tall mountain, he immediately saw a pitch-black mountain ridge. It continuously traversed several mountain ranges. This mountain ridge was speckled with specks of radiance. Moreover, it was emitting a sparkling and translucent gloss similar to black jade. This is the heavenly tree that fell after giving birth to the innate Eddosaurus. Just by looking at this fallen tree trunk, one could imagine how spectacular the heavenly tree was at that time. The fallen tree trunks crushed a stretch of the mountain range. Unfortunately, all the essence of the heavenly tree was used to give birth to the innate Ediosaurus. Otherwise, this tree trunk could be used to refine an emperor's weapon in shrouding heaven world. Zhou Tong carefully looked at this tree trunk. He knocked on the pitch-black tree trunk with his dragon claw and let out a clanging sound. Chapter 748. Zhou Tong continued to move forward, and very soon, he found the tree stump where the heavenly tree was chopped off. It was merely a tree stump, but it was already taller than the nearby mountain peaks by a large margin. Zhou Tong used the dragon countersteps 7-step. With each step, he ascended to the heavens, and directly climbed up this tree stump. After arriving at the center of the tree stump, Zhou Tong saw very clearly there were a lot of rainbow-colored eggshells here. Ku's eggshell, this kind of rainbow-colored eggshell, was perfectly inherited from its mother, the innate Ediosaurus. Zhou Tong's dragon claw directly grabbed a piece of eggshell. He could feel a trace of undetectable dragon chi contained within it. As a matter of fact, the dragons of this world, every type of dragon's egg had a different color. As the Dragon King of the tyrannical dragon race, Zhou Tong's eggshell was cyan in color. And this kind of rainbow-colored eggshell was precisely the symbol of the innate Ediosaurus that was born after absorbing the essence of the dragon essence and Ediosaurus. Unfortunately, the remaining life force of this tree transformed into Ku's sacred tree. Otherwise, I would be able to advance a step further by relying on the dragon chi left behind here. Zhou Tong shook his head. Soon after, he laid down on the ground quietly. While waiting for Xiao Chen, he continued to train quietly. At the same time, on the other side, ever since the Dragon Island was sealed off, the cultivators on the entire Dragon Island also formed all kinds of alliances. However, one thing was very clear: these cultivators on the Dragon Island were all native cultivators of the world of immortals. They were all native geniuses. Most of them had heard of each other's name before. Unless they had a grudge, forming an alliance was a very simple matter. Naturally, as someone who ascended from the lower realm, Xiao Chen naturally fell into the category of being ostracized by them. At this moment, Xiao Chen was leading a snow-white little critter and 3 skeletons forward step by step. They were advancing in the direction of the heavenly tree. To be more precise, this snow-white little critter was leading the way. It was leading Xiao Chen and the others to its birthplace. This was a half-foot-long snow-white little critter. It looked like a tiger cub, but it also looked like a lion cub. However, it was even more beautiful. His entire body was covered in fluffy white fur. It was pure white and flawless, as soft and bright as silk. It was as if every strand of hair was shining with a white brilliance. Its entire body was filled with spirituality, and its pair of large eyes were as bright as 2 gems. Every time it blinked, it would flicker, and it was filled with spiritual energy. This was a little beast that made people like it at first glance. It was too cute. The snow-white little critter led Xiao Chen and the others all the way forward. Finally, they also climbed up the stump of the heavenly divine tree. "We're finally here!" Xiao Chen was a little emotional. Standing next to the tree stump, he felt as if he could see all the mountains. Crack, crack, crack. But at this time, Xiao Chen suddenly saw the 3 skeletons lying down and playing dead. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Xiao Chen was somewhat puzzled. What the hell are these skeletons? It wasn't easy for him to get here, but he actually pretended to be dead? Yeah, suddenly, Xiao Chen stared blankly. The little white critter in his bosom suddenly used its little paw to grab his clothes, then it pointed at the direction of the center of the tree stump. Only at this time did Xiao Chen turn his head and looked at the center of the tree stump. His pupils immediately shrunk. Is that the Azure Dragon King? Why is it here? And its body? When he saw Zhou Tong clearly, Xiao Chen was thoroughly shocked. Because this dragon's form had already undergone a huge transformation. When they met before, it was still an Eddosaurus head. But now, it had already evolved into an Eddosaurus tail and Eddosaurus claws. It was far ahead of all the Dragon Kings. It evolved so fast? Don't tell me this generation's Eddosaurus is this Azure Dragon? Xiao Chen was shocked in his heart. This dragon's evolution speed was really too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded his imagination. Xiao Chen didn't know if this dragon was the real Eddosaurus, or if he had killed a few more Dragon Kings. But no matter what, this dragon was definitely not something he could handle right now. Motherf ****, these 3 damn skeletons already discovered this dragon long ago. That's why they pretended to be dead. They are too disloyal. Xiao Chen cast a glance at these skeletons that were pretending to be dead from the corner of his eyes and cursed in his heart. This won't do. This dragon's strength is too terrifying. Moreover, it is too ferocious. I must quickly avoid it. Xiao Chen almost subconsciously pressed down the snow-white little critter that wanted to rush out. Thinking until here, Xiao Chen immediately prepared to leave. Am I so scary that you want to run away the moment you see me? Just when Xiao Chen was about to leave, a voice transmitted into Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen stared blankly for a moment. He almost subconsciously looked towards Zhou Tong's direction. He only saw that Azure Dragon had already stood up and was staring at him with its pair of dragon eyes. You can talk? Xiao Chen was startled. After coming to the Dragon Island for so long, this was the first time he saw a beast that could talk. Although dragons were known to have wisdom, this island was obviously suppressing the dragon's divinity. He didn't expect there was actually a dragon that could talk here. Are you thinking the dragon's divinity is being suppressed on this island? Why am I able to retain my consciousness and even talk? Zhou Tong was still using his divine ability to make the air vibrate as he answered his own question unhurriedly. Don't be confused, any Dragon King is not affected by this power of the Dragon Island. They can all retain their consciousness. Xiao Chen was stupefied again. This dragon's wisdom was far beyond his imagination. This was not as simple as just retaining his consciousness. He even had the power to see through people's hearts. However, since it was an existence that possessed wisdom, and it didn't make a move from the beginning, Xiao Chen also felt a little relieved. At least this Azure Dragon in front of him was an existence that he could communicate with. I mistakenly entered the Dragon Island. I am not interested in the Dragon King on this island. I wonder how do I leave this island? Xiao Chen subconsciously opened his mouth and asked directly. If I knew how to leave, would you still be able to see me now? Zhou Tong's voice was a little speechless. However, it was precisely this sentence that made Xiao Chen relax a step further. It made him lower his guard again. And following the lowering of his guard, Xiao Chen subconsciously sensed that this Azure Dragon King before his eyes was definitely not using its mouth to talk. It was using some kind of divine ability or some kind of special power to make the air vibrate to talk. This kind of ventriloquism is actually able to imitate such a vivid tone? Xiao Chen was even more shocked in his heart. This kind of control over power was not something that could be easily accomplished. He asked himself honestly. He could also communicate using a method similar to ventriloquism, but it was absolutely impossible for his voice to emit this kind of tone. Squeak! Squeak! At this time, the snow-white little critter in Xiao Chen's bosom couldn't hold back anymore. It opened its mouth and cried out continuously. Its voice was a little anxious. Although there was a language barrier, Zhou Tong still vaguely understood what it was trying to say. Zhou Tong moved his body to the side and made way for the thing behind him. He said, "Are you saying there's something here that belongs to you? If it's these rainbow-colored eggshells, then you don't have to worry. I didn't touch it." Chapter 749. Rainbow-colored eggshell? Xiao Chen followed Zhou Tong's body and saw the broken eggshells on the ground. He was a little surprised. This kind of eggshell was as sparkling and translucent as rainbow-colored divine jade. Moreover, there was a faint multicolored radiance circulating around it. It was very extraordinary. Whoosh! The moment it saw these eggshells, the snow-white little critter that was originally in Xiao Chen's embrace suddenly turned into a white light and directly pounced to the side of these eggshells. It was a little reluctant to part with these eggshells, but it was also a little mischievous. "Don't tell me you were born here?" Xiao Chen was a little shocked. This snow-white little critter was clearly a mammal, but it was actually born from an eggshell. "You are a little interesting. This kind of eggshell is a little similar to our dragons, but it is even stronger," Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. "You might have the bloodline of our dragons, but the other half of your bloodline is even more terrifying. Can you tell what kind of race Kiki is?" Xiao Chen was a little surprised as he asked. He had long wanted to know what kind of background this bizarre snow-white little critter had, and why it was so mystical. "How would I know what kind of race it is?" Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen in a very human-like way, "but it most likely has the bloodline of dragons. One of its parents is most likely a dragon. But the other one is not, and its bloodline is even more terrifying, so it covered up the characteristics of dragons." Squeak! The snow-white little critter suddenly stood up, like a little monkey. It stretched out its little paw and pointed at Zhou Tong. It started to squeak, and its expression seemed to be a little excited. It seemed like it also wanted to know what kind of background it had. "I don't know what kind of background you have. Don't ask me. I just feel that you should be related to dragons, maybe a little dragon king." Zhou Tong wouldn't blabber about Keek's background. It was the main target of the Eddosaurus on the Dragon Island. "My suspicion that Ku has dragon's blood is based on his eggshell. But as for other things, I can't say and can't say." Who knew what the Eddosaurus would think of him if he blurted out the truth without any basis? So, suddenly, a white light flashed. The little beast waved its paw, and a large amount of white light suddenly enveloped Zhou Tong. Crack! However, in the next moment, the green light was like a sword, directly breaking through the little beast's white light. This scene shocked Xiao Chen. This was the first time he saw the little critter's white light divine ability being broken by someone. Furthermore, the green light that broke through this divine ability seemed to be somewhat similar to the white light. The only difference was the color. "I am even more certain that you have dragon's blood." This is clearly a divine ability that only us dragons have. Even the current dragon kings are not as good as you. Your dragon's characteristics are all covered by another unknown bloodline, but you are still able to inherit this kind of divine ability. Your parents are really extraordinary. I am starting to suspect if you are the illegitimate child of the Eddosaurus. Zhou Tong's voice shocked Xiao Chen once again. So the white light Ku used was actually the divine ability of dragons? Squeak! Kiki seemed to be a little angry and also a little at a loss. This was the first time its divine ability failed. Its pair of bright big eyes blinked with all its might. It looked at Zhou Tong on one hand, and then looked at its little paw on the other hand. It was unwilling to give up and waved its paw again. Another white light came out, but this white light was quickly broken through by the green light beside Zhou Tong. No matter how the little critter waved its paw, no matter how powerful that white light was, it was completely useless against Zhou Tong's body. "Don't waste your strength. We dragons have a divine ability that can confine everything, sweep everything, and destroy everything. The divine ability you are currently using is only at the confine level, but I have already trained this divine ability to the sweep level. Your divine ability is not my match." Zhou Tong's voice resounded once again. He was not going to be like those little dragon kings in the original work, getting toyed with by Ku as he pleased. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, the little critter immediately became a little discouraged. It hung its head dejectedly and was a little dejected. However, it subconsciously pulled out a small tree from its head and directly planted it next to its eggshell. Immediately, the roots of this divine tree took root on this black jade-like tree stump. In the meantime, Zhou Tong was also quietly watching this scene. Unfortunately, the sky-reaching divine tree no longer had any vitality. Naturally, the small tree could not absorb any energy from it. Zhou Tong carefully looked at this tree and understood in his heart, the heavenly tree was transplanted by the dragons from other places. It was used to condense the dragon essence and essence of the Eddosaurus after the dragons fell on the dragon island for millions of years. With this, the innate Eddosaurus could be born. But during these years on the dragon island, this divine tree also underwent a transformation because of the fusion of the dragon essence and the essence of the Eddosaurus. The heavenly tree fell, but left behind this small tree. This is a brand new rebirth. From now on, this tree can truly exist as the sacred tree of the dragons. But it's a pity this tree belongs to Ku. If it was in my hands, this tree would be able to display its true might. Zhou Tong also felt that it was a pity that such a sacred tree was not in his hands. But if it's not here, then it's not here. At most, when the time comes, I will cultivate a brand new sacred tree that belongs to me, Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. At this time, he thought of the cultivation method of the Seven Wonders tree in the heaven-shrouding magic. Using the secret method to stimulate the earth vein, causing the birth of jade trees. After the birth of a total of 49 jade trees, using the secret method to gather the vitality and mysteries of these 49 jade trees, finally turning into the 50th jade tree. This tree is the escaped one, which is also the immortal tree. Because of this tree's 7 colors, it was also called the Seven Wonders tree. If the cultivation method of the Seven Wonders tree was combined with the characteristics of the dragons of this world, perhaps an unprecedented divine tree could be born. In the shrouding heaven world, I have always been thinking of ways to improve the Seven Wonders tree. Perhaps I can succeed in this life, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. Crack, crack. Just as Zhou Tong was staring at the dragon's sacred tree and thinking, the few skeletons who were playing dead seemed to have noticed that Zhou Tong was not a threat to them and quietly raised their heads. Ha ha. On the other side, Ku was also rolling around in her eggshell, playing with it very happily. It seemed to have completely gotten rid of the previous disappointment and was like a child, nothing lingering in her heart. Get up, don't roll around. Seeing this, Xiao Chen carried Ku in his arms. After that, he collected all of Ku's eggshells and said, "This is the symbol of your identity. In the future, we might be able to find out about your background through this eggshell. Let me help you keep it." With that, Xiao Chen also tore off a piece of his clothes and put the eggshells on his back. Chapter 750. In the dense primitive forest, Xiao Chen and the others were crossing the mountain ridges, carefully avoiding all kinds of fierce beasts in the mountain forest. Their advancing speed had already been raised to the limit by him. The snow-white little critter Ku and the 3 skeletons also followed closely beside Xiao Chen, advancing together. Whoosh! In the end, Xiao Chen jumped down from a big tree and looked behind him somewhat helplessly. He only saw that the dense shrub shook for a while, then Zhou Tong slowly walked out from behind. Azure Dragon King, why are you following me? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong somewhat helplessly. He still had a lot of things he wanted to do, for example, stealing dragon eggs. His martial technique was special. As long as he could steal a few dragon eggs, he would be able to advance very quickly. It was very troublesome to have a Dragon King following him at this time. TSK, you think I don't know what you are thinking? You want to steal dragon eggs, right? I can feel that you have already eaten dragon eggs. I will let bygones be bygones, but with me here, you won't have the chance to steal dragon eggs. Zhou Tong shook the air and directly exposed Xiao Chen's thoughts without the slightest hesitation. I say, Brother Azure Dragon, don't stare at me. You Eddosaurus have to fight over it, right? How about this, after I steal a few dragon eggs, I will let you handle the hatched young Dragon King. How about that? Xiao Chen said with a negotiating tone. Don't even think about it, the position of Ediosaurus has to be fought over, but this is the internal matter of us dragons, it has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen, then said while shaking the air, I am following you only to see the cultivation method of you humans. You are only a dragon, how can the cultivation method of humans be suitable for you? Xiao Chen was somewhat speechless. The myriad of ways lead to the same destination through different paths. The only difference in the cultivation method is the process, but the most important thing is that the core is completely the same. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and said, for you to be able to cultivate to this level, your cultivation method is definitely not simple. If you are willing, I can definitely use the dragon's inheritance to exchange with you. Divine ability of dragons? Is it your green light and Ku's white light? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The great divine ability of the dragons could imprison everything, sweep everything, and destroy everything. This kind of divine ability was unimaginably terrifying even in the world of immortals. Especially since he had personally experienced Ku's white light, he knew very well how terrifying this kind of supernatural power was. Especially since Ku's supernatural power was only the most elementary level in the mouth of this green dragon before him. Don't even think about it. That thing doesn't have the blood of us dragons, so it won't be able to learn anything. Zhou Tong replied, unless your cultivation level is so high that you can see through the essence of any combat skill with a single glance. What's the use of that? Xiao Chen was very disappointed, but this was also within his expectations. The reason why dragons had the prefix dragons was because this thing was basically something that other races could not learn. This was the innate ability of dragons. However, even if you can't learn the divine ability of us dragons, it doesn't mean that you can't learn the combat skills of us dragons. Zhou Tong further tempted Xiao Chen. We dragons have a combat skill that allows you to ascend to the sky with one step. After learning it, you can freely walk in the sky. Do you want to learn it? There's such a combat skill? Can you really walk in the sky? Xiao Chen was startled. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Zhou Tong didn't answer, he merely took a step in the sky. Suddenly, a large mysterious star chart appeared under his feet. This step of his was as if he was stepping on a galaxy. At the same time, his whole body also floated in the sky. Boom! Very quickly, Zhou Tong took a second step. A large part of the sky trembled, the surging energy fluctuated, it was vast and mighty, it was as if a raging sea was surging, or as if a huge mountain was shaking. Boom! 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 Zhou Tong took a third step, a fourth step, and a fifth step in succession. His body rose higher step by step. Especially after the fifth step, the space under his feet almost distorted. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this step was. This kind of power was completely due to the combat skills of the dragons. This was the purest combat skill, there was not the slightest bit of divine ability in it. However, Zhou Tong didn't take the final sixth and seventh step. Instead, he landed on the ground very easily. He just happened to land in front of Xiao Chen and said, "How is it? My 7 dragon countersteps is the famous combat skill of the dragons. This set of footwork, each step is stronger than the previous one. I've only shown you the first 5 steps. If you're willing to exchange your techniques and divine ability, I'll teach you the entire profound meaning of the 7 dragon counterstep." Zhou Tong grasped Xiao Chen's mentality very accurately. This kind of combat skill that could be used for aerial combat was the most terrifying. It was also a combat skill that martial artists who hadn't cultivated to the flight realm yearned for. As for other flight combat skills, most of them would be eliminated after cultivating to the flight realm. However, the core of this set of 7 dragon countersteps wasn't the flight realm, but the extremely terrifying attack power. The flight realm was only a supplementary ability. This set of footwork, even if it was cultivated to a higher level in the future, would not be eliminated. This kind of combat skill was the most attractive thing. Xiao Chun naturally understood this principle, but he was also very conflicted. If he could learn this set of 7 dragon countersteps, most of the danger he was facing now would probably dissipate. However, he also knew that he didn't have any combat skill that was qualified to exchange for the 7 dragon countersteps, unless he took out his most fundamental cultivation method. However, he also had a feeling in his heart that the cultivation method he learned from the Divine Monument was definitely not simple. It was also mysterious and unfathomable. If he were to exchange it just like that, he didn't know whether he would lose or gain. No matter what, being able to increase my strength is the most important thing. The Qi training diagram on that mysterious Divine Monument is obviously something that fits the human body. If I exchange it with this Azure Dragon, he won't be able to cultivate it. Xiao Chun was also very clear that the meridians and acupoints of humans and dragons were definitely very different. Therefore, the fundamental cultivation method couldn't be cultivated. However, some combat skills could be used. I'll exchange it. However, I hope that you won't leak this cultivation method out. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while, and quickly made up his mind. Moreover, he also warned him to not leak this cultivation method out. I understand. This kind of cultivation method is something that you humans rely on to survive. If it leaks out and someone finds a flaw, it will be troublesome. Zhou Tong nodded his head. However, my 7 dragon countersteps is the same. Don't leak it out to me. After all, this is the inheritance of us dragons. Don't worry. Everyone on this island is my enemy. How can I leak it out? Xiao Chun was also somewhat speechless. If it was leaked out, wouldn't it increase the combat strength of his enemies? Very quickly, Xiao Chun handed over his Divine Monument Mysterious Technique. After obtaining the Divine Monument Mysterious Technique, Zhou Tong repeatedly deduced it several times to make sure that Xiao Chun didn't do anything to the cultivation method. After that, Zhou Tong also directly told Xiao Chun the profound meaning of the 7 dragon countersteps. Chapter 751. Xiao Chun, who had obtained the dragon countersteps, was very excited. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend this combat skill. As expected of the ancient combat skill of the dragons, the dragon countersteps is indeed heaven-defying. It's an eye-opener. The more Xiao Chun comprehended, the more excited he became. This combat skill could be used to an extremely high level. But what made Xiao Chun disappointed was that he could feel that his current strength was still too weak. If he were to cultivate this combat skill now, he would probably only be able to take 3 or 4 steps. Moreover, he was afraid that he would not be able to unleash the true power of these few steps. Everything still depends on strength. Such a powerful combat skill, I'm afraid that I'll have to wait for at least a few more realms before I can fly. Xiao Chun felt that it was a pity that his strength was still too weak. Moreover, this combat skill's requirements for the body are too high. As expected of the combat skill of the dragons, only dragons with such a strong body can use it casually. In the future, I'll have to think of a way to cultivate some body refining techniques. The more Xiao Chun comprehended, the more he felt that there were too many things that he was lacking. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Zhou Tong and thought to himself, compared to the dragons, the human race is too weak. Dragons are born with terrifying divine abilities and innately strong bodies. They also have unparalleled combat skills that have been passed down. It's too difficult for the human race to equalize the advantages of the dragons. Especially this guy. After obtaining the advantages of the dragons, he has the most outstanding and strongest quality of the human race, learning. Xiao Chun did not know who would be able to compete with the Azure Dragon in the future. At least, he could not think of anyone who could be the Azure Dragon's opponent. At the same time, on the other side, after Zhou Tong obtained the divine steel mystic technique, he began to comprehend it quickly. This set of divine steel mystic technique was suitable for human form. In other words, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate it before transforming. Even if one could transform in the future, they would have to destroy their own cultivation to cultivate it. The most important thing was that he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the foundation establishment stage before he could officially enter the realm of illuminating the acupoints and accumulating the foundation. At the very least, Xiao Chun had practiced for 10 years. This body of mine can't cultivate. I can only give this cultivation technique to my original body. My original body's chaotic body can cultivate it, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, although I can't cultivate, I can learn a thing or two from accumulating a foundation and transforming the essence of my body. The more Zhou Tong studied it, the more he felt that this cultivation method was mysterious and unparalleled. Although it was only the beginning, it contained the most basic things in the world and also the deepest understanding of human beings. Maybe the current Xiao Chun is still unable to see how powerful this martial technique is, but from my point of view, this martial technique is really at a strategically advantageous position. Just the opening chapter already surpasses all the martial techniques I know. The only thing that can compare to it is the true primordial record. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. What was the true primordial record? It was a cultivation technique created by the corpse immortal emperor. It contained the most fundamental principles of heaven and earth. Although Zhou Tong didn't obtain the complete true primordial record, he had seen some fragments of the true primordial record through the countless immortal elixirs in the past. From Zhou Tong's perspective, the profoundness of this divine steel mystic technique was not inferior to the fragments of the true primordial record. As for the immortal king scriptures that he knew, they were far inferior to the divine steel mystic technique. Even the scriptures of the founder of the immortal ancient cultivation system were far inferior to this divine steel mystic technique. Could it be that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are comparable to the corpse immortal emperor? In other words, the top few emperors are close to or even comparable to the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong was a little shocked. If it was really the immortal emperor, then there were too many immortal emperors in this world. It shouldn't be the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong remembered that Heaven Emperor Huang went through 2 metamorphoses to become an immortal emperor from a half-immortal emperor. The first metamorphosis was when his son, Shi, and Qin Hao sacrificed themselves. After absorbing their essence blood, the immortal fetus was born in his body. His strength rose sharply. The second metamorphosis was when he comprehended his own immortal emperor technique, the unrestrained technique. After the 2 metamorphoses, he spent countless years in the long river of time to completely perfect his immortal emperor technique. Only then did he truly advance to the immortal emperor realm. The position of an emperor's is still not clear. However, a conservative estimate is that they are half-immortal emperors. If I exaggerate, they are immortal emperors. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued to comprehend the divine steel mystic technique. Although the divine steel mystic technique was profound, it was only the beginning after all. With Zhou Tong's current realm, comprehending it wasn't a problem at all. So much so that he fused some of the profoundness of the divine steel mystic technique with his own understanding. A trace of profound Tao feeling gradually emerged in his heart. And in this kind of profound Tao feeling, Zhou Tong felt as if something was breaking inside his body. An unprecedented feeling welled up in his heart. Historia realm advanced a step further at this moment. It was as if some kind of realm was broken by Zhou Tong in an instant. From the initial Historia realm, he advanced a step further and reached a whole new height. The divine power in his body also began to grow. At the same time, one after another profound halo lingered around Zhou Tong's body. It caused his entire body to tremble violently. His bones gave off a sonorous sound as they collided. His flesh wriggled like water ripples. The scales all over his body also emitted brilliant divine multicolored light. This was the body's natural reaction when the metamorphosis happened. Historia Realm was originally to open up one's own treasury and make the divine ability emerge. Previously, Zhou Tong didn't open up a whole new divine ability. Instead, he strengthened the great divine ability of the dragons. However, at this moment, a whole new divine ability appeared, Deep Sea. Zhou Tong didn't know what this divine ability was called. He only named it after the feeling he had comprehended in the beginning. He could feel as if an unfathomable ocean had appeared in his body. It was capable of accommodating all the power between heaven and earth without any limit. Zhou Tong subconsciously launched this divine ability. Immediately, the worldly essence poured into his head. The boundless worldly aura began to pour into the deep sea. After that, it merged with the ocean little by little, and at this time, his body shook violently and let out a thunderous sound. A dazzling radiance burst out from his body. His movement even startled Xiao Qin at the side. He looked at Zhou Tong, who was not far away, with a stupefied expression. What kind of monster is this azure dragon? He just obtained my heavenly steel mysterious technique, and he already made a breakthrough? Xiao Qin was very shocked. Did this dragon really comprehend something from the heavenly steel mysterious technique? However, very soon this huge movement dissipated. The radiance that rushed into Xiao Qin's eyes also disappeared. Zhou Tong's main body was revealed. So that's how it is. This is my divine ability, a passive skill. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This kind of divine ability didn't seem to have any use on the surface. That was because it didn't have any attack power, and it also didn't have any defensive ability. Its only function was to continuously accumulate, and accumulate. Potential like the sea, this divine ability was truly able to transform the potential within the human body into an unfathomable deep sea. Chapter 752. Unfathomable potential as deep as the ocean. This is my brand new ability. Zhou Tong silently comprehended. He discovered that after activating this ability once, it was equivalent to activating it. There was no need to deliberately activate it again. Breathing, eating, drinking, and even sleeping were all accumulating potential to become stronger and stronger. If my potential becomes stronger and stronger. Zhou Tong turned his head and roared, "Roar!" A terrifying sound wave instantly erupted from his mouth. Not far away, Xiao Qin was also shocked. The terrifying sound wave was almost visible to the naked eye. It was shaped like a ripple and was extremely powerful. The green ripples intertwined as they advanced. It was as if a meteorite had crashed into the boundless ocean. The huge green sound wave directly shook the sky, and it seemed as if space itself was about to collapse. Boom! In an instant, the white clouds in the sky parted. Tens of thousands of rays of sunlight descended from the sky. Heaven and earth were clear. This roar seemed to have shaken open a crack in the sky. After the roar, Zhou Tong also nodded his head in satisfaction. The increase in potential naturally came with a sharp increase in strength. What he practiced was the dragon race's cultivation technique, not Xiao Qin's heavenly steel profound technique. Therefore, every time his potential skyrocketed, it would bring about a huge increase in his combat strength. As for the divine steel mystic technique, the accumulated potential of this cultivation method was terrifyingly strong. It far surpassed the deep sea ability that Zhou Tong had just created. However, the accumulated potential of this cultivation method could only be unleashed when he became a monarch stage expert. In the original work, Shao Chen became a monarch stage expert the easiest. Once he became a monarch stage expert, he was almost the strongest monarch stage expert. It's probably because his potential was continuously condensed by the divine steel mystic technique. Zhou Tong thought to himself, "Brother Azure Dragon, did you comprehend something just now?" At this moment, Shao Chen asked curiously. Zhou Tong said, "That's right. Your human race's cultivation method is unique and has benefited me greatly. However, this cultivation method of yours requires a large amount of heaven and earth essence. No wonder you've been eyeing the dragon egg." Humph. Zhou Tong glared at Shao Chen with his dragon eyes that were suffused with wisps of green light. Shao Chen was speechless for a moment. Stealing dragon eggs to eat was the best way for him to improve. If he could always eat dragon eggs, his cultivation speed would definitely increase. But it was very clear that with Zhou Tong on the side now, this bright path was blocked. "I can't let you eat the dragon egg, but on this dragon island, the amount of all kinds of spiritual essences is far beyond your imagination. How can the place where we dragons gather be bad?" Zhou Tong continued, "I can roughly find some places where the essence qi of heaven and earth gathers. Follow me." Whoosh. The first one to react was Ku. She jumped from Shao Chen's side to Zhou Tong's side and stared at Zhou Tong with her big eyes. What a disloyal little beast. Seeing Ku like this, Shao Chen was speechless. Squeak. Ku seemed to be very dissatisfied with the title of little beast. It angrily waved its two little paws and threatened Shao Chen. Shao Chen was also amused by Ku's appearance and laughed loudly. However, Ku didn't mind it anymore. She was like a child, and quickly recovered from her previous anger. Like a kitten, she followed Zhou Tong to the depths of the Dragon Island. Shao Chen also followed behind Zhou Tong, and rushed to the depths of the Dragon Island together. Zhou Tong advanced while secretly calculating the direction of the earth vein inside the Dragon Island, as well as the distribution of the spiritual qi on the entire island. As long as there are treasures of heaven and earth, that would definitely be the place where the essence qi of heaven and earth gathers. While he was calculating, he continued to move forward. After he had crossed several mountains, his eyes suddenly lit up because he had already sensed that the valley in front of him was a place where spirit qi was condensed. There must be heaven and earth treasures there. But at this moment Ku, who was playing and moving forward, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her cute little nose twitched as if she smelled something good. Whoosh! The next moment, Ku turned into a runaway wild horse and quickly rushed to the valley ahead. Zhou Tong and Shao Chen's eyes lit up, and immediately understood that Ku must have found a treasure. Sure enough, bringing Ku is efficient. My Genesis technique can also be used in this world, but some places are different from the shrouding the heavens world, so I can only find the approximate location, and it still takes a little time to search. Now with Ku, the efficiency is obviously much higher. Zhou Tong immediately followed. Meanwhile, Shao Chen and the three skeletons also followed along. The group moved forward for dozens of miles. They bypassed a large forest in the valley, and soon a boulder as tall as a person appeared not far away. Ku waved its claws and used the divine ability of dragons, and suddenly a white light shrouded the boulder. It waved its claws, and the boulder suddenly rolled to the side, revealing a bright divine light. Behind the boulder, there were 4 strange plants as tall as a palm. The plants were like brilliant purple diamonds, crystal clear. At first glance, it looked like 4 purple snakes quietly coiled on the ground. Each plant had a few amethyst-like leaves hanging on it, and at the top, there was a lavender flower shining with divine light. These 4 plants looked very strange. As soon as they were exposed, they exuded a little divine light, and there was a faint, refreshing fragrance. Ku was like a snow-white pom-pom, lying directly on the 4 strange plants with a face full of excitement. But very quickly, its expression collapsed. It stretched out its little claw and pointed at its own round little belly. Then it pointed at Xiao Chen with dissatisfaction, as if it was complaining about something. Xiao Chen was immediately amused. This little thing had eaten too much sweet dew of life before; it would take at least 1 or 2 months to digest it. Now that it saw 3 stalks of spirit essence, but it couldn't eat it, it was incomparably gloomy. "It's not like it's yours. If I didn't bring you guys here, you guys wouldn't even be able to find a strand of hair." Zhou Tong was also somewhat speechless. 4 stalks of treasured medicine, I want half of it, and the rest is yours." Zhou Tong directly divided his share. Without Ku, although it would take a little more time, these things would all belong to him. Giving them half of it was already very magnanimous. Ku was also not a child who didn't understand anything. Although it was a little unwilling, it also understood that Zhou Tong also put in a lot of effort to find these things. It moved aside, and made way for the 2 stalks of treasured medicine. Zhou Tong operated his divine ability, and a green light swept past, and directly rolled up the 2 stalks of treasured medicine. He swallowed the 2 stalks of treasured medicine in one gulp, and the fragrance immediately pervaded his mouth. His mouth was full of rich fragrance, and he felt that all the pores on his body had opened up. At the same time, his deep-sea divine ability was also operating at extreme speed. Above an unfathomably deep sea, a downpour suddenly fell, and the surface of the sea rippled unceasingly. Chapter 753. Time passed by day after day. Zhou Tong, Xiao Chen, and Ku had been searching for treasures all over the Dragon Island. With Zhou Tong's origin technique, and Ku's ability to search for treasures, the group almost searched through all kinds of spiritual essences in the mountain range of the Dragon Island. It must be said that this Dragon Island was indeed blessed by the heavens. All kinds of spiritual essences were simply innumerable. In just a month's time, the amount of spiritual essences Zhou Tong's group found had already exceeded Xiao Chen's understanding. During this period of time, he had already divinized more than a dozen acupoints. And on the other side, Zhou Tong was also searching for spiritual essences while using the deep-sea divine ability. He was accumulating the energy contained in these spiritual essences little by little and transforming it into his own foundation. At the same time, his realm had also increased by 2 small realms during this period of time. He had already reached the Historia 4th Celestial Layer. Historia 4th Celestial Layer. If not for sharing half of the spiritual essences with Xiao Chen and Ku, I would have already reached the 6th Celestial Layer. Zhou Tong looked at the snow-white little critter Ku, who was rolling on the ground while hugging a spiritual fruit. He was also a little curious. Ku ate so many things, yet its realm is also increasing very slowly. Don't tell me it also has a method similar to Xiao Chen's heavenly monolith technique or my deep-sea divine ability? However, he was only a little surprised for a moment. Because he was very clear, the more resources they consumed, the slower their cultivation speed would be. Either their innate talent was too poor, or they were the type who continuously used resources to accumulate their foundation and potential and soared to the heavens in the future. Very clearly, Ku belonged to the type who would soar to the heavens in the future. Time passed by day after day. Zhou Tong's cultivation was increasing at the same time. His understanding of the entire world of immortals training system was also steadily increasing. However, just on this day, the Dragon Island welcomed the most special day. Although it was already early morning, what shocked everyone was that the sun actually didn't rise. Furthermore, a chilly wind blew inexplicably between heaven and earth. The Dragon Island was originally a hot tropical island, but now it was gloomy and cold. There was an indescribable gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Whoa! It sounded like the screams of ghosts, and the ear-piercing screams of the chilly wind could be heard everywhere. After that, the chilly wind that shrouded the entire island suddenly changed and turned into yellow wind. The aura was still extremely cold and gloomy, and the world was a deathly yellow color. Rumble! Just at this time, the yellow clouds shrouded the sky above the Dragon Island, and one after another black lightning filled with endless destructive aura actually appeared in the clouds. The lightning that originally represented the yang energy and righteous energy between heaven and earth was also this sinister and terrifying. For a moment, the aura of the entire Dragon Island became even more bizarre and sinister. In the end, it began to rain heavily. The rainwater was completely yellow, and it looked like yellow corpse water. The yellow rain connected the heavens and the earth, turning into the largest yellow water curtain in the world. All of this seemed so strange and evil, causing one's heart to palpitate. What's going on? Xiao Chen subconsciously looked at the native of Dragon Island, Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at him and said, "How would I know? I'm just a baby dragon that's not even 1 year old yet, it's useless for you to ask." Xiao Chen almost wanted to vomit blood. What the hell is a baby dragon? Whose baby looks like you and knows so much about you? Rumble! The sound of thunder shook the world. Amidst the deafening sound of thunder, amidst the torrential rain, an incomparably bizarre thing happened. An incomparably grand and terrifying city slowly emerged from the yellow rain. This city was really too grand. Not only Zhou Tong, Xiao Chen, and the others saw it, even countless practitioners on the Dragon Island saw it. This city that suddenly appeared emitted a majestic aura amidst the rain. Its city walls were several hundred meters tall, and they were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how long this city had experienced. It slowly appeared in front of everyone just like that, and it looked as if it had crossed the long river of time and space. That 100-meter-tall huge city gate was wide open just like that, facing everyone. Even if there were all kinds of bizarre phenomena in the heaven and earth, they were unable to conceal the scene inside the city. One could see with naked eyes, there were pairs of soldiers in the city. They were like ghost soldiers, gloomy and terrifying. There was also a huge beast shadow swaying in the ancient city. It looked like the tyrannical dragon and the monarch lion dragon, these kind of dragons with royal bloodline. However, these dragon shadows were very vague, they couldn't be seen clearly. The heavy rain was like corpse water pouring down from the sky. The heaven and earth were gloomy and terrifying. The ancient city in the rain was simply like a ghost city in hell. The pitch-black lightning made the heaven and earth even more gloomy. Although it was morning right now, it was even darker than midnight. The heaven and earth were filled with ghost fog. There was a kind of gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Especially at this time, the originally pitch-black lightning actually turned into blood-red color. When that glaring blood-red lightning streaked across the horizon, it was simply like a blade cutting open the blue dome of heaven, revealing a bloody wound. What was even more frightening was, when the lightning turned into blood-red color, everyone could smell an extremely rich stench of blood. It was as if the blood-red lightning in the sky was really the blood of the firmament. What the hell is going on? Xiao Chen was also somewhat shaken. Everything was too strange, it made his hair stand on end. However, on the other side, Zhou Tong didn't care about it at all. That was because this city was one of his target. Inside that city was the last part of the heavenly monolith mysterious technique. This city is the supreme step of the world of immortals training system leading to the king stage. Zhou Tong looked at this city. He was somewhat excited in his heart. He finally had the opportunity to come into contact with the most essential part of this world's training system. In this world's training system, once one reached the 9th celestial layer of Zushin, one would have two choices. One was the path of Stone Golem, the other was the supreme path of Zushin. Among them, the path of Stone Golem was to turn one's body and divine sense into a stone body. At the same time, a stone city would form outside the body. using one's own vitality to nurture the stone city, then using the stone city to nurture the stone body. Once the great perfection broke through, one could turn into a stone golem at the center of the stone city and break through. And this was the so-called path of stone golem. The biggest characteristic of this path was the body. The body would transform into a stone body and become incomparably powerful. As for the other path, the supreme path of Zushin, it was a completely opposite path. This path didn't have a stone city, and it also wouldn't turn one's body into stone. This path transformed one's divine sense. Once it reached perfection, one could change heaven and earth with a single thought. Once the path of stone golem and the supreme path of Zushin are combined, it might become this world's path of emperor. Zhou Tong looked at the stone city in front of him. His heart was somewhat excited. If he went in now, he might be able to touch upon the king stage. Chapter 754. Kacha! All of a sudden, a mournful blood-colored lightning streaked across the horizon. At the same time, a burst of mournful screams transmitted from the forest. It was as if a devil was harvesting lives. Zhou Tong naturally also encountered this kind of strange thing. All the trees on the Dragon Island seemed to have come alive. Not good, the trees are alive. Xiao Chun suddenly chopped off a branch with his hand, then he looked at the forest in shock. He saw the forest beside him turned gloomy and gloomy, countless luxuriant ancient trees began to dance madly in the blood rain. Especially many of the ancient tree trunks manifested human faces. It looked as if they were possessed by malicious spirits. Those tree trunks moved one after another and firmly restrained the cultivators. After that, they corroded bit by bit, and finally absorbed into the tree trunk. This is most likely the work of the dragons. Zhou Tong saw it very clearly. These trees didn't seem to have any indication of making a move against him and Ku. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's side was facing endless trouble. Seems like you can't stay here any longer. You can only go to the Sea of Bones in the center of the island. Zhou Tong still only made a sound by vibrating the air. At the same time, the green light beside him reappeared and enveloped Xiao Chen's body. Then he directly grabbed Xiao Chen high up in the sky. On the other side, he grabbed Ku with one dragon claw. At the same time, he grabbed the three skeletons beside him with another green light. Then he directly used the dragon countersteps and stepped on the sky. In merely a short moment, Zhou Tong brought Xiao Chen and the rest to the Sea of Bones in the center of the island. The entire Dragon Island was actually divided into several parts. The center of the island was precisely this kind of vast sea of bones. Who knows how many lives have fallen here? I remember the world of death also had this kind of sea of bones. Moreover, that kind of unique evolution path of the world of death also exists here. Zhou Tong's dragon eyes looked at the three skeletons beside him. These three skeletons undoubtedly walked the evolution path of the world of death. This sea of bones shouldn't be related to the world of death, right? Zhou Tong was also somewhat curious. Xiao Chen? However, just when Zhou Tong and the rest just entered the Sea of Bones, a slightly pleasantly surprised voice suddenly transmitted over. Zhou Tong turned around and saw a slightly sickly youth walking over. Willow? Xiao Chen was also somewhat pleasantly surprised. The person in front of him was a rare friend of Xiao Chen after entering the world of immortals. This is the Azure Dragon King? You actually subdued the Dragon King? After Willow's greeting with Xiao Chen, his gaze fell on Zhou Tong. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Previously, the Azure Dragon King that had killed a purple dragon was only an ancestral dragon head, a dragon king with a Tyrannosaurus body. But now, it had evolved an ancestral dragon tail, an ancestral dragon claw? Isn't this kind of evolution speed a bit too fast? Now that the other dragon kings haven't even shown their shadow yet, a dragon king that walked so fast appeared. It seemed like this generation's Eddosaurus had already been decided. Willow was shocked in his heart. His gaze also directly stopped on Zhou Tong's body. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human pet before? Zhou Tong felt somewhat awkward from Willow's gaze. Furthermore, the word subdued from before also made Zhou Tong feel disgusted. He subconsciously blurted out those words. Xiao Chun and Willow felt a little strange at first, but they instantly understood. Xiao Chen's complexion changed on the spot. Willow's gaze towards Xiao Chen was also very astonished. It even seemed to carry a trace of inquiry. I say, Brother Dragon, your words are too unreasonable. Xiao Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have slapped him on the spot. You guys should also pay attention to your words. Zhou Tong glared at the few of them. Something's wrong? You can talk? However, Willow very quickly sensed that something was wrong. This dragon can actually talk? Frog at the bottom of the well, isn't it normal for a dragon to be able to talk? Zhou Tong cast a disdainful glance at Willow. Willow was speechless. Along with the passage of time, more and more cultivators gathered on this sea of bones. They were all the youngsters who came to the Dragon Island this time. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze stopped on Zhou Tong. Especially when they looked at his dragon tail and dragon claws, each and every one of them revealed a shocked expression. And when everyone looked at Xiao Chen and Willow who were beside Zhou Tong, they revealed a strong sense of envy and resentment. This dragon appeared beside the two of them. Most likely it was already subdued by the two of them. For a moment, Xiao Chen and Willow also felt the omnipresent hostility in the surroundings. Boom! At this moment, another thunderbolt exploded, and then the bones on the ground began to move, as if the dead were about to come back to life. Seeing this scene in front of them, even the sky prides of the great sects of the world of immortals couldn't help but tremble in fear. It was really too scary. First the forest, then the sea of bones. Don't tell me they want to chase us into that huge stone city? Xiao Chen vaguely thought of something and exclaimed. It might be true. Willow suddenly woke up. The forest behind us has already cut off our retreat, and now the sea of bones is about to revive this. Why are you thinking so much? Let's just go and take a look. Zhou Tong had nothing to fear and directly set off for the stone golem city. As for Xiao Chen and Lu Mu, they took a glance at each other and followed closely behind Zhou Tong. They walked forward together. At this point, there was no way out, and even if they didn't follow Zhou Tong, they probably wouldn't have a choice when the time came. However, the other youngsters chose to wait and see for the time being, because they weren't sure what was inside the city. Zhou Tong was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the gate of the city. Is that the legendary Buddha's weapon? Willow looked at the wheel inlaid on the gate and exclaimed. Don't be greedy, that wheel is suppressing the power of the city wall. If we act rashly, we will all die here. Zhou Tong warned Willow and the other youngsters who came with him. He remembered that in the original work, there were a few greedy people who acted rashly, and as a result, attracted the suppression of the city, and instantly turned into ashes. This kind of city was the key to Ninth Heaven Zhu Xun's transformation into a king, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was simply not something they could resist. Even a little bit of the city's power was enough to completely kill them. Do we really have to go in? Xiao Chen looked at the terrifying scene inside the city, and somewhat hesitated. If we don't go in, do you think we can survive? Carefully look outside. Zhou Tong hinted Xiao Chen to look at the distant mountains. Dragon, so many dragons, they are actually flying? Xiao Chen was shocked. The dragons on this island shouldn't be able to fly. How did they suddenly recover their divine ability? You mean the dragons on this island have recovered their divinity today? They want to drive us into the city? Willow also instantly understood the meaning of Zhou Tong's words. Yes, so from the beginning, you didn't have a choice. Instead of resisting, it's better to go in and take a look, Zhou Tong said and took the lead, directly walked forward and entered the city. Chapter 755. The dragons regained their divinity and flew in the sky. Rays of divine light shot down from the dragons and landed beside the group of young people. The group of young people could see that the dragons didn't want to kill them. Instead, they wanted to drive them into the city. However, at that moment they had no other choice. They could only follow the dragon clan and enter the city. On the other side, blood rained down. The Yin soldiers in the city all exuded an aura of vicissitude. It was as if they had traveled through time and space from the endless ancient past. It was as if ancient figures had appeared in the world. Zhou Tong led Xiao Chen and the others into the city calmly. He actually had a choice. He didn't have to go in, but there was something he wanted inside. Therefore, he had to take the risk. As Zhou Tong, Xiao Chen, and the others entered the others also entered the city one after another. The dragons didn't make things difficult for them. They seemed to want to give them a way out. They wanted to force them into the city to explore. There were more than 100 people who entered the city. Some of them were affected by the dragon's divine ability and died on the way. After seeing that everyone had entered the city, the dragon's attacks became even more violent. This time, they didn't attack the Sea of Bones, but the city filled with death energy. Beams of dazzling divine light bombarded the city walls, and countless rays of light spread out within the city. All the cultivators were affected once again. However, at this time, the Yin soldiers near the city gate raised their weapons and faced the divine ability of the dragons in the sky. These rusty and seemingly broken weapons actually blocked most of the divine ability. However, these Yin soldiers were also shaken by the divine ability of the dragons. Their bodies were constantly shaking. At the same time, Zhou Tong also noticed that it wasn't the Yin soldiers' weapons that blocked the divine ability of the dragons. The city emitted a light that soared into the sky. The evil black light blocked most of the divine ability of the dragons. The divine ability of the dragons is indeed terrifying. Xiao Chen also saw this scene and exclaimed, "This is a great divine ability that has already been upgraded to the annihilation level." Zhou Tong was also a little envious. His divine ability was only at the level of sweep. It was still far from the highest level of exterminate. According to his own calculations, he needed to cultivate to the level of Zephyrus and be able to transform. Only then would he be able to truly master the profound meaning of annihilation in the great supernatural power of the dragons. Even the Zephyr realm was not enough. He might need to reach the Nirvana realm and comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Buddha! Suddenly, a melodious Buddhist chant resounded. It gave off a feeling of endless vicissitudes of life. The Buddhist light above the city gate soared into the sky, and the brilliance of the sky sprinkled down. It was the Buddhist weapon inlaid at the city gate that was shining. In an instant, the Yin soldiers retreated rapidly. That huge wheel on the city wall trembled unceasingly. At the same time, a formless sound wave surged violently like a stormy sea. It even contained a terrifying power that pushed everyone to the depths of the ancient city street. On the scene, other than the little monk called Yizhen from the Buddhist school, everyone else was shaken to the point of ceaselessly retreating. Even Zhou Tong was no exception. Everyone looked at Buddhist Yizhen, who was enveloped by the Buddhist light with envy. This might be the inheritance of Buddha. Even the immortal realm cultivators would be moved. Let's go. Zhou Tong glanced at Buddhist Yizhen, then he continued to walk towards the depths of the city. This place was still very close to the city gate. It was very easy to get killed by the aftermath of the dragon's divine ability. Roar! After Zhou Tong continued to advance, the dragon roar outside the city became louder and louder. The sound wave shook the world. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. Many people with weaker cultivation were already unable to endure it, their complexion was incomparably pale. Under the pressure of the dragon's roar, all the cultivators had no choice but to enter the depths of the city together. More than 100 cultivators scattered during this process, and entered different streets. They already couldn't care less about whether this city was dangerous or not. Their current main goal was to avoid the aftermath of the dragon's attack. "Brother Azure Dragon, where are we going?" Xiao Chen followed beside Zhou Tong and asked. "This is also my first time here, how would I know so much?" Zhou Tong casually replied, "But no matter what, there might be some secrets in the center of the city. Let's go and take a look. In any case, the more intense the dragon's attack is, the more dangerous the surroundings of the city will be." After saying that, Zhou Tong didn't think too much and continued to advance. After passing through one street after another, the sound of the river surging and roaring suddenly came from the front. At the same time, a baleful aura accompanied by the pungent smell of blood pervaded the air in front of them. He saw a scarlet river of blood flowing in front of him. The nauseating smell of blood was coming from the river. On the surging river of blood, there was a stone bridge not far away. The ancient bridge was engraved with all kinds of demons and ghosts. These stone bridges seemed to have experienced countless years, and also seemed to want to tell a story to the people who came after. On each stone bridge there were scattered skeletons. Perhaps because too much time had passed, these skeletons were almost weathered into ashes. One could imagine that with just a slight touch, these skeletons would immediately turn into ashes and dissipate. Zhou Tong didn't stop, and directly crossed the river of blood along the stone bridge. In front of him was the center of the city, and there was a vast plaza. A huge stone tablet stood in the center of the plaza, and it was more than 100 meters tall. At this time, the surviving cultivators came to this plaza one after another. Everyone separated, and each took a side. There were only 30+ cultivators who came here, and these people were the only surviving elite. The others had all died in the process. This city was extremely strange. Any random big street or small alley might contain unimaginable danger. There were even some people who directly entered the city's houses out of curiosity. That was simply courting death. Therefore, only 30+ cultivators were left here. And in the distance, those soldiers turned a blind eye to everyone, and continued to move according to the original program in an orderly manner. They simply looked like robots. In the distant sky, dragons were roaring, and they were still attacking this city. "Lan Nua, we meet again." At this time, Zhou Tong looked at a woman who was shrouded in rosy clouds not far away. "What, Lan Nua? Proud goddess Lan Nua?" Xiao Qin was shocked. This woman was Lan Nua? He actually followed Lan Nua, who broke through the void and came to the world of immortals. He didn't expect to see Lan Nua here. But what made Xiao Qin even more shocked was that Zhou Tong actually recognized Lan Nua. "Azure Dragon King, we meet again. It's just that, do you have a way to leave this place?" Lan Nua's voice was like an orchid in an empty valley, calmly resounding in everyone's ears. At the same time, the rosy clouds around her body disappeared, revealing her exceptional appearance. Zhou Tong slightly shook his head, and at the same time, his gaze looked at the huge stone tablet in the center of the island. Chapter 756. Just as Zhou Tong was looking at the huge stone tablet standing in the middle of the square suddenly erupted with a soaring divine light that tore through the dark sky, making it difficult for the blood rain to fall. All of it was blocked high up in the sky. At the same time, a wave as vast as the ocean surged in the square. This wave was not an aura of destruction, but a spiritual pressure of a higher level. This terrifying pressure was completely unbearable. Half of the people could not withstand this pressure, and could not help but kneel down. They were like weak ants under the feet of the ruler of all things. That vast pressure, that ancient and vicissitude aura, truly intimidated one's soul. At this moment, only a few people with strong willpower in the whole square resisted this spiritual pressure. At this moment, the divine light emitted by the huge steel over 100 meters tall vanished in an instant. However, in the next instant, the heavenly steel once again transformed into layers of illusions. Suddenly, a few more huge heavenly steels appeared in the square. However, if one looked carefully, only the stone tablet in the center was real. The others were almost real phantoms. The real stone tablet and the phantoms stood in the center of the square. Although the clouds and mist were surging in the surroundings, everyone could vaguely see that there seemed to be mysterious engravings on all the stone tablets. Everyone was very excited and wanted to see what was written on these stone tablets. However, no one could get close to those stone tablets. There was an invisible force surging around the real stone tablets and the phantoms. A few cultivators wanted to get closer to take a look. In the beginning, there was no danger. However, when they got close to the stone tablets, they suddenly turned into a pile of bloody mud and dissipated in the square. Dang! 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 Seeing this horrifying scene, no one dared to continue trying. Some timid people even took a few steps back and watched from afar. However, after retreating, someone immediately saw many engravings on the guardrail around the square and let out a cry of surprise. Then, everyone walked to the railings around the square. Although they were called guardrails, they actually looked like pitch-black feldspars. There seemed to be a lot of history recorded on them, but the writing was too obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the key parts of it had been erased. No one could understand it at all. However, everyone still had some gains, because they found some engravings of cultivation methods, which gave them great inspiration. For a moment, the square was silent. Everyone was searching around the stone fence, trying to find more valuable engravings. Zhou Tong was also searching nearby. He had only been in this world for a few months, so he still needed to accumulate a lot of experience before he could advance quickly. Although the cultivation method left here was far inferior to Xiao Chen's heavenly monolith profound technique and his own dragon's profound technique, it could greatly broaden his horizons. Moreover, there were many lost techniques here, such as the god-slaying technique, the chaotic 3 styles, the 8 laws of demon suppression, and so on. Before he completely deciphered the mysteries of his bloodline and obtained the complete inheritance of the dragons, these could greatly expand Zhou Tong's abilities. And just when Zhou Tong was immersed in these profound techniques and divine abilities, suddenly and noiselessly, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly approached him. Zhou Tong suddenly turned his head. That sparkling and translucent azure dragon horn suddenly emitted a streak of azure light. In an instant, that streak of cold light was fixed in place. That was a sparkling and translucent flying dagger that was almost transparent. It was simply like a work of art. Someone took advantage of the time when he was carefully studying these profound techniques and divine abilities to launch a sneak attack. Buzz! In an instant, Zhou Tong waved his dragon claw. A streak of azure light shot out and accurately landed on the 2 figures in midair, instantly imprisoning them. It's Wharton? The successor of Xiao Li's flying dagger. Ah, that's Carlos. He actually also came together with Wharton. Many people present recognized the 2 people in the air. Because they recognized them, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Carlos was a spell master and could fly in the sky. And Wharton was also the successor of Xiao Li's flying dagger. With the 2 of them together, they could launch a sneak attack on whoever they wanted to. Even if the attack didn't hit, they could also instantly escape 1,000 miles away. But now, the 2 of them were imprisoned by Zhou Tong's dragon's divine ability. I don't remember when I provoked you guys. Why did you launch a sneak attack on me? Zhou Tong somewhat curiously asked. Wharton suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled bitterly and said, "Hee, even if I die, I will die in the hands of the future Ediosaurus. I am much luckier than you guys. You will all die miserably in the hands of evil spirits. Zhou Tong activated his divine ability and tore apart this person's clothes. There was a bloody hole on his chest. Although his heart was still beating inside, everyone could clearly see that there was a wound on this heart. It seemed to have been clawed by something and was almost plucked away. So it was a suicide attack. At least you have some backbone. I will fulfill your wish. Zhou Tong lightly waved his dragon claw. Immediately, the green radiance enveloping Wharton and Carlos transformed into a sharp blade and directly penetrated their heart. Soon after, the green radiance dissipated. The two of them powerlessly fell from midair. Carlos and Wharton, just what kind of thing did they encounter? Some people were shocked. These two people were already the best of the best among those who survived, but even so, they were almost killed by something. However, even more people were concerned about the words Wharton said before he died. Especially when he mentioned the Eddosaurus. Many people couldn't help but secretly look at Zhou Tong. So this is the divine ability of dragons. It is indeed terrifying. Confinement, extermination. It is exactly the same as those dragons outside the city. It's just that the power is a little weaker. Many people silently compared the divine ability used by Zhou Tong with those adult dragons outside the city. They were secretly shocked. This little dragon king was only born for a few months, and he had already grown to this extent. It was too terrifying. For a moment, no one made a sound. The plaza was completely silent. However, the outside of the city was in full swing. The dragon's attack on the city was even more intense. Roar! Accompanied by waves of terrifying dragons' roars, one after another, extremely terrifying divine ability was used by the dragons. For a moment, glaring rays of light were like dozens of suns appearing at the same time. They tore apart the dark sky and even scattered the demonic clouds in the sky. At this moment, the sunlight sprinkled into the city. Finally, it's noon. When the sunlight shone in, Zhou Tong instantly understood the current time. He immediately raised his head and looked at the divine steels one after another. The divine steels that were still very blurry before finally revealed their contents at this moment. Chapter 757. At this moment, the midday sun shone down from the sky and collided with the radiance emitted by the city. In an instant there was a continuous roar. It was as if fire and water were incompatible, erupting with monstrous explosions. After that, the aura of death soared into the sky, and the bloody light covered the sun, dyeing the entire city red. Rumble! At this moment, the huge divine monolith in the center of the square and the illusions of the other monolith began to move. Everything was gathered together, trapping a black ancient well in the center of the square. At first, no one paid attention to this black ancient well, but when the bloody light shone down, everyone realized that this ancient well was different from the rest. It emitted a heart-palpitating power. It was an ancient well with a diameter of about 1 zhang. There was a black aura lingering above it, giving people an unfathomable feeling. It was as if the bottom of the ancient well was connected to the gates of hell, and it could almost swallow people's minds. That should be the place where the Stone Man King underwent his transformation. Zhou Tong understood that the center of this city was definitely the place where the Stone Man King underwent his seclusion. The Stone Man King in this city should belong to the type that failed to break through. Zhou Tong only glanced at the ancient well, and then no longer paid attention to it. His gaze once again fell on the monolith. Under the illumination of the bloody light, the contents of the monolith could be seen clearly. There were words on all the monolith, and among them, there were 2 words that were the same: eternal suppression. Every monolith had more than these 2 words, but the words behind eternal suppression were completely different. Zhou Tong looked at the other monolith. Except for the second monolith, which wrote eternal suppression of the lost island, the other monolith could only see the 2 words eternal suppression. The rest of the monolith could not be seen. The words on the monolith flashed, and very soon, a vivid picture appeared on each monolith. Although several monoliths were in front of them, everyone knew that only the second monolith, Eternal Suppression of the Lost Island, was real. The rest of the monolith seemed to be real. Under the blood-red sunlight, the engravings on the stone tablet not only had a vivid color, but also seemed to have a soul, as if it wanted to come out of the wall. Zhou Tong could clearly see the pictures on the stone tablet. The first stele was the one in Xiao Chen's hometown. It had the words Eternal Suppression of the Yellow River written on it. The picture on the stone tablet was very special. It was a picture of a disaster. There were storms, earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis. The second stele, which was the stele on the Dragon Island, was also the only real stele here. On this stone tablet, there were pictures of dragons galloping, humans and gods struggling, a sea of blood. This was the scene of a strange world, and also the scene of the Dragon Island. The scene on the third stone tablet was much simpler. It seemed to be describing the human path. It was composed of several diagrams: agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, fishing, merchant. It was a completely simple aura of life. One couldn't help but associate it with the various aspects of life and the mortal world. The picture on the fourth stone tablet was faintly emitting multicolored radiance. One after another, the majestic sky palaces towered above the clouds. Many bejeweled jade palaces were faintly discernible among the drifting clouds. The picture on the fifth divine monolith was inexhaustible purple clouds covering the heaven and earth. It seemed as if there was a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses galloping inside. It also seemed as if there were millions of creatures roaring inside. This picture was very blurry, but it made one's heart palpitate. Although one couldn't see through the clouds and mist, there was a majestic aura emitting from it. There seemed to be a sixth and seventh divine monolith. However, even the body of the monolith only had a little trace, let alone the engravings on it. Under the illumination of the blood-red sunlight, the few visible stone engravings not only had a vivid color, they were also emitting a faintly discernible sound. These stone engravings were so real, so lifelike. Every engraving seemed to have its own soul. This feeling should be brought about by the blood of the ancient heroic spirits contained in the divine monolith. Zhou Tong looked at these engravings and thought silently in his heart. Others didn't know what the divine monolith was, but Zhou Tong was very clear about it. The divine monolith contained the blood of countless heroic spirits from the ancient times. This was also the backup plan made by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Roar! The dragons outside the city were still bombarding the city with all kinds of divine abilities and magic spells. The terrifying attacks even shook the city. Even Zhou Tong and the others felt the violent tremors. And the pitch-black demonic well surrounded by the few divine monolith also faintly emitted brilliant divine light. However, the divine monolith firmly suppressed everything. Everyone felt that there was a majestic power under the city. It was boundless and unparalleled, as vast and mighty as the vast ocean. At the same time, the Dragon Island also underwent a change. Weapons flew out from all over the place. Black iron seal, golden halberd, Etosaurus horn, Etosaurus claw, 8 trigrams. Countless weapons pierced through the air and madly attacked these divine monoliths. For a moment, the whole vicinity of the divine monolith became the center of a storm. The others simply didn't dare to continue staying here. They could only retreat to the nearby streets and alleys. However, Zhou Tong was not included among these people. His whole body was covered in green light. His entire body seemed to have turned into a green electric light, revolving around these divine monoliths. However, his gaze was fixed on the engravings on these divine monoliths, especially those chi refinement diagrams. These cultivation methods were the foundation of the divine monolith mysterious technique. Look, what is that dragon doing? Zhou Tong's actions naturally attracted everyone's attention. Legend has it that there are cultivation methods on these divine monoliths. The Azure Dragon King must be memorizing those cultivation methods. Someone said. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. I just didn't expect that he could actually endure the aftermath of that kind of battle. Are the bodies and divine abilities of the dragons really that terrifying? The aftermath of that kind of battle near the divine monolith, as long as they touched it, they would die. However, this dragon was actually able to endure it? No, he didn't forcefully endure it. Instead, he was constantly looking for the weak points of those shockwaves. Just at this time, Lan Nua also opened her mouth. Her voice was very gentle, like a spring breeze. This is an extremely terrifying battle ability. If he isn't a war god who has experienced hundreds of battles, then it must be his innate battle instinct. Or maybe he was born with an extremely terrifying heaven's eye. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for him to do this kind of thing under this kind of condition. Lan Nua was also very shocked. This dragon simply refreshed her understanding time and time again. As a proud goddess, Lan Nua had always been leading the way since she was young. Basically, not many people were able to enter her eyes. However, right now, she felt that her pride was about to be completely shattered by this azure dragon. This was a monster that constantly refreshed the definition of genius in her heart. What a powerful azure dragon! A monster among dragons! Lan Nua was secretly shocked. Chapter 758. At this moment, Zhou Tong was like a flash of lightning. He was moving within the shockwave caused by the numerous treasures bombarding the divine steel. This kind of terrifying shockwave, let alone a Historia-level little dragon like Zhou Tong, even a Zephyr-level demigod wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Zhou Tong relied on his battle experience to search for and guide the aftermath of the battle unceasingly. He actually managed to withstand those shockwaves. He knew he didn't have much time left. He couldn't comprehend it here. He could only try his best to memorize it. Zhou Tong raised his divine sense to the limit. The green radiance in his pair of dragon eyes was about to explode. Although those incomparably profound engravings caused his mind to tremble violently, he still relied on his frightening state of mind to forcefully suppress all the fluctuations in his heart. He tried his best to observe. While avoiding and guiding the shockwaves from the outside world, he forcefully suppressed the fluctuations in his mind. He finally managed to see the second divine steel, that is, the divine steel engravings on the Dragon Island. He didn't seek to understand it in detail. He only transformed the engravings into an imprint and branded it in his heart. Even so, Zhou Tong still felt as if his primordial spirit was splitting apart. The instant the divine steel's imprint entered his body seemed to be moving along with the divine steel. His entire body seemed to be driven by the divine steel. He wanted to rush up and confront those weapons. But no matter how dangerous it was, no matter how big the waves were in his primordial spirit, he still continued to observe. After he finished reading the engravings on the Dragon Island, he went to look at the third divine steel. This was a great opportunity that was hard to find even in 1,000 years. There were only 9 divine steels in this world, but the most basic training method was on the first 6 divine steels. Only after mastering the profound technique on the first 6 divine steels could one understand the 7th divine steel. The 8th divine steel was the wordless divine steel, and the 9th divine steel was in the hands of the Little Rock Emperor. It could be said that as long as he could obtain the profound technique on the first 6 divine steels, he would be able to complete his mission. And as luck would have it, among these divine steels before his eyes, only the words on the first 6 divine steels could be clearly seen. Zhou Tong spared no effort to operate his divine sense and imprint all the engravings on these divine steels into his heart. And the more he memorized, the more the profound technique's content would affect him. The heaven monument's power seeped into Zhou Tong's body through these marks, almost robbing him of his control over his body. This kind of situation was completely filled with internal and external troubles. Under this kind of crisis, only Zhou Tong could suppress it with his Historia-level cultivation. After a while, Zhou Tong had completely memorized all 6 pieces of the heavenly monolith method in his heart. It's time to leave. If this continues, even I will be in danger. Zhou Tong took one last look at the heavenly steel and immediately turned to leave. The moment he left the sky steel's side, Zhou Tong immediately felt that his primordial spirit, which was constantly trembling, and his body, which was faintly under his control, gradually returned to normal. All the changes in his body were caused by his proximity to the heavenly steel. Only by leaving the heavenly steel would he be able to return to normal. Zhou Tong left the vicinity of the heavenly steel, and he even went against the flow of the blood river. He knew that there would be a place upstream where he could leave. The stench of the blood river was incomparably fishy. Moreover, the river course had 9 bends and 18 bends. It meandered through the city. Zhou Tong followed the blood river and finally arrived at an area. Xiao Chen, Lan Nua, and the others were already waiting in this area. There weren't many buildings in this area, but the blood mist was drifting in the vicinity of the blood river. And within the blood mist, there was a sacrificial altar brimming with pressure. This sacrificial altar was no less than 20 meters tall. It was made entirely out of some kind of huge rock. It was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. And in the surroundings of the sacrificial altar, there were countless steels revolving around it. Those steels were emitting bloody light that soared to the sky. It seemed like they were protecting the sacrificial altar. How did you find this place? As soon as he saw Zhou Tong appear, Xiao Chen was also a little surprised. How did he know they were here? Didn't you guys think about where the source of the blood river is? Out of curiosity, we followed the blood river here. Zhou Tong casually vibrated the air and replied, "If I didn't guess wrongly, this sacrificial altar is the key to getting out." After saying that, he took a step and his entire body soared up. He flew over the blood river, crossed over the steels, rushed into the bloody light, and appeared in front of the ancient sacrificial altar. When the others saw that Zhou Tong had already gone up, they immediately followed behind him and stepped onto the sacrificial altar together. The group of people followed the ancient steps that were filled with the aura of time and walked up to the sacrificial altar together. This sacrificial altar was engraved with the image of the sun, moon, and stars. It was also engraved with countless ancient characters. When everyone walked up to the sacrificial altar, they immediately discovered that there were many bloody images of dragons being sacrificed here. In ancient times, this sacrificial altar was set up with dragons as the sacrifice. If I didn't guess wrongly, the original owner of this city should be someone who had a grudge against dragons. Zhou Tong looked at these images without any sadness or joy. However, at this moment there was a black mass in all directions. A large number of ferocious spirits that lived in the city had also gathered here. There were also some skeleton birds in the sky. All the monsters were staring at the sacrificial altar, but they did not attack. Why do I feel that something is not right? Someone suddenly thought of something and was somewhat bewildered. These ferocious spirits and skeleton birds are surrounding us like this. Could it be that they want to use us as the sacrifice? Brother Azure Dragon, what should we do? Xiao Chen was also somewhat anxious and immediately looked at Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong did not answer. Instead, he carefully spread out his divine sense to study every corner of this sacrificial altar. Very quickly, he found a trace of an ancient teleportation array that was unique to this world. Zhou Tong did his best to memorize the rune imprints of these arrays and silently deduced in his heart. At this moment, the blood sun in the sky also moved to the center of the sky. A blood-red ray of light shone down. At the same time, this sacrificial altar also burst out with a brilliant blood-red light. The blood-red light in the sky and on the ground illuminated everyone's eyes in a blood-red color. Then, the teleportation finally opened. Space was distorted and time seemed to have become disordered. Everyone seemed to have entered a mysterious space-time tunnel. This blood-red light seemed to have become the only thing in front of everyone's eyes. Not knowing how much time had passed, everyone felt as if they were riding on clouds and mist, as if they were passing through at an extremely fast speed. Finally, after the blood-red light dissipated, a silent void appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This void looked like a scene before the heavens and earth were created. There was nothing here. It was pitch black and deathly still. This teleportation array is somewhat similar to the cross-starfield teleportation of the five-colored altar in Shrouded Heaven World. Give me some time, I can also arrange something like this. And this space-time feeling. Oh, it seems that another divine sense is about to be born. Zhou Tong had a deep understanding of space-time. Now that he saw the teleportation of this world, a trace of Tao feeling emerged in his heart. He vaguely wanted to create a new space-time divine sense. Chapter 759. In the silent void, it felt like millions of years had passed, yet it also felt like a short instant. Everyone felt as if time and space were in disorder. Unknowingly, the surrounding space started to distort once again. One after another, the energy fluctuation rippled out and gently brushed past their bodies like water ripples. Rumble! Along with a loud sound, a glaring radiance suddenly erupted. Everyone closed their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes, they only saw a cool breeze. The moonlight was like water and specks of starlight. The blood and terror in the city from before quickly disappeared. What replaced it was peace and tranquility. This was the peak of a huge mountain. Not far away there were pavilions, terraces, and a small bridge with flowing water. There was also a burst of flower fragrance accompanying the cool breeze. Everything here was so beautiful it made people feel as if it was not real. We escaped, we finally escaped. Someone finally shouted. At the same time, another cultivator excitedly rushed towards the spring water not far away. He wanted to wash off the bad luck on his body. However, when he passed by the entrance of a large hall, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. This unforeseen event immediately caused everyone's expression to change. It seemed like they were still in danger? Not only that, a psychic who was flying in the sky also suddenly disappeared. There seemed to be some kind of trap or restriction in the sky. It was equally terrifying. Don't casually go near those halls, and don't casually walk around. There were cultivators who warned the others on the spot. Brother Azure Dragon, what do we do here? Furthermore, why is it night time now? I remember that it was noon when we were in the city. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked towards Zhou Tong, who was at the side. No matter what, this place was still the territory of the dragons. Perhaps this Dragon King might know something. We have already used a few hours to teleport here. As for the other things, just don't act blindly without thinking. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen. Not to mention that there were still some things that he didn't understand. Even if he completely understood, there was no need to say it, because the source of the information was unclear. However, since we were able to enter through the altar, it is also possible for us to leave through the altar. Zhou Tong added in the end. We can go and see if there are any similar altars. Let me lead the way. Lan Nua opened her mouth and walked in the front. This kind of courage could not help but be admired. I'll be at the back. If we really encounter a similar trap, I'll be able to pull you back. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment before speaking up. Shua! In an instant, everyone turned their gazes towards Zhou Tong, revealing looks of astonishment. This dragon was truly resourceful. Could it be that he had already seen through the nature of this trap in that instant? Even Lan Nuo looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. However, Lan Nuo wasn't an ordinary person. She nodded slightly to Zhou Tong and led the way. After changing their direction and walking down the mountain for dozens of meters, one of the people in the middle of the group suddenly disappeared. At this time, a green divine light burst out from Zhou Tong's body and forcibly pulled that person back. He really pulled it back. Immediately, someone cried out in surprise. Following that, everyone's face revealed a trace of relief. Zhou Tong's action could be said to have strengthened the group's confidence and made them feel relieved. It's the great divine ability of the dragons again. This divine ability has been used to the peak in his hand. Furthermore, it seems that he has really sensed some of its mysteries? Lan Nuo also slightly looked back at Zhou Tong and was a little surprised in her heart. However, very quickly, she continued to lead the way. The group of people walked down the mountain for a few hundred meters without any danger. During this time, there were also people who disappeared, but very quickly, they were all pulled back by Zhou Tong. Everyone became more and more confident, firmly believing that they would definitely be able to walk out. It's too early for you to be happy. The further down you go, the more power you will need to pull you back. Look at the palace below. Once you reach there, even I can't do anything. Zhou Tong directly poured a bucket of cold water on the group's hearts. Immediately, everyone couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. If that was really the case, then how were they going to walk out? Don't worry, there seems to be another sacrificial altar over there. At this time, Lan Nuo, who was walking at the front, spoke. Everyone followed Lan Nuo's gaze and looked over. Not far away, there was a sacrificial altar that was exactly the same as the one in the ghost town. It was located in a pile of rocks not far away. Seeing this sacrificial altar, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a different choice. The group of people arrived at the side of the sacrificial altar. They only saw that the sacrificial altar was emitting a terrifying fiendish aura. It seemed like it had been soaked in blood before. How do we use this sacrificial altar? Standing on top of the sacrificial altar, someone raised a question. I reckon we need a blood sacrifice. Xiao Chen looked at the dried-up blood sacrifice on the sacrificial altar and said somewhat hesitantly. All right then, let's each sprinkle a bit of blood on it and give it a try. Some cultivators directly cut their fingers and let their blood drip onto the sacrificial altar. Very quickly, the sacrificial altar began to emit bursts of bloody radiance. And some spectating cultivators also cut their fingers and let their blood drip onto the sacrificial altar. Immediately, the bloody radiance on the sacrificial altar became denser and denser. At the same time, the stars in the sky also shot down starlight and gathered towards the sacrificial altar. The bloody radiance soared into the sky and intertwined with the starlight in the sky. Finally, everything was absorbed by the sacrificial altar and turned into the most brilliant radiance. The radiance became brighter and brighter. Finally, the divine radiance soared into the sky, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Everyone knew that the teleportation was about to begin again. This feeling was exactly the same as when they came out of the ghost town. This world seems to be inferior to the five-colored sacrificial altar of shrouding the heavens technique in terms of teleportation. Once again feeling this teleportation array, Zhou Tong was keenly aware of more and more essential things. He found that this teleportation array was far inferior to the five-colored sacrificial altar of shrouding the heavens world in terms of distance and comfort of teleportation. And the reason for this gap was that there were some problems with the lines contained in this array. While Zhou Tong was secretly deducing, everyone once again experienced a space travel. The feeling was similar to the last time. Everyone's sense of time and space was stripped away. At the same time, everyone could see that there seemed to be beams of light in the void like meteors. In the process of moving forward, there seemed to be countless stars shining. They seemed to be walking under the bright starry sky. Time and space were completely chaotic until the dazzling light burst out again. They shuttled out of this strange teleportation space, and all this ended. After coming out, everyone felt a chill. The surrounding cold wind whistled and snowflakes fluttered. Everyone's eyes were filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. This time, after coming out, they were in the Great Snow Mountain. This was the Great Snow Mountain on the west side of Dragon Island. Chapter 760. There were 3 special places on the Dragon Island: the Dragon's Sacred Mountain in the east, the Bone Sea in the middle, and the Snowy Mountain in the west. These 3 special places formed a straight line. Now that they suddenly appeared on this snowy mountain, everyone was on tenterhooks. They were also not sure if they were really out of danger this time or not. At the same time, the teleportation also took up a lot of time. The dawn was already showing in the east. It was obvious that the sun would rise soon. The Ghost Festival is already over, we should be out of danger. Someone spoke, but no one dared to risk their life to try. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose in the east. The sunrise sprinkled down golden radiance, illuminating the originally silvery white snowy mountain into a dazzling golden color. At this time, someone finally plucked up the courage to give it a try. When they discovered that this place was really safe, everyone immediately cheered and laughed loudly. And after discovering this, everyone immediately left this snowy mountain. At this moment, only Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun, Ku, and a few other humans, beasts, were left on the snowy mountain. A new life! Xiao Chun also sat on the snowy ground at this time. He welcomed the sunrise and felt relaxed all over. But very soon, Xiao Chun stood up once again. He was unceasingly thinking about the God Slayer, chaotic pattern, demon suppression, and death blow he obtained from the Heavenly Monolith, as well as the second part of the Heavenly Monolith's mysterious technique. He subconsciously rushed into the snowy mountain to stretch his body and began to practice these 4 major techniques. Xiao Chun also clearly saw the second part of the Divine Monument mysterious technique. Seeing Xiao Chun's action, Zhou Tong also slightly nodded in his heart. Xiao Chun obviously obtained the second part of the Divine Monument mysterious technique. But next, I will also begin to comprehend the Divine Monument mysterious technique. Zhou Tong didn't disturb Xiao Chun. He quietly laid on the snowy ground and began to comprehend the Divine Monument mysterious technique. As he comprehended, the heavenly diagram of the Heavenly Steel Profound technique appeared in his heart. The 6 heavenly steel profound techniques were like 6 worlds, revolving around Zhou Tong. The 6 heavenly diagrams slowly rotated in Zhou Tong's divine soul. Immediately, the life essence in his entire body surged like a great river. Just by comprehending the heavenly diagram of the Heavenly Steel mysterious technique, he could vaguely activate the life essence in his body. At this moment, the 6 celestial steel's profound art appeared in Zhou Tong's heart one by one, constantly blending and comprehending. Crash! At this moment, the sound of crashing waves and tsunamis rang out from Zhou Tong's body. It was as if there was a vast and boundless ocean within his body, and the potential within his body kept on roaring. Wisps of life essence flowed out from the sea of potential, constantly brushing Zhou Tong's flesh, blood, bones, and organs. This was simply a process of meridians and marrow cleansing. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis. With the heavenly steel mystic art being further perfected, Zhou Tong's deep-sea divine art had also improved. The potential in his body had become deeper, thicker, and more boundless. And vaguely, the yin and yang currents in the deep sea within Zhou Tong's body seemed to be intertwining, as if nurturing an even more incredible ability. Potential can also contain such profoundness? Zhou Tong's heart vaguely seemed to have opened up a new world. He could feel that once he developed this deep sea in the future, it would definitely give birth to an unimaginably terrifying ability in his body. The heavenly steel mystic art is indeed something left behind by Pengu Nuwa and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Zhou Tong's heart was a little surprised. The heavenly steel mystic art was indeed the #1 method to accumulate one's foundation. He had only comprehended one of the methods to accumulate one's foundation from this profound art, and the changes it produced were already faintly beyond his imagination. Zhou Tong looked into his own deep sea, and watched the yin and yang currents in the deep sea over and over again. Gradually, he felt that everything in front of him was a little blurry. The boundless sea and the incomparably deep sea. For a moment, Zhou Tong felt that he had already entered the depths of the sea, and arrived at another space. The sunlight quietly shone on Zhou Tong's body, and the silver-white snowflakes accumulated in his body bit by bit. Zhou Tong was lying on top of the snow mountain, and his entire body was covered by the snowflakes, as if he had already turned into a snowman. Time slowly passed, and a day passed. In the blink of an eye, the curtain of night fell. The sky was clear, and the moonlight and starlight sprinkled down from the sky. The moonlight and starlight between the heaven and earth surged like water waves, and even the extreme cold chi on the snow mountain. All of these condensed towards Zhou Tong, and drilled into his body, causing this place to be incomparably resplendent, as if it was a bright moon. Zhou Tong was still quietly staying at the same place. He was blankly immersed in his own deep sea, and unceasingly comprehended the ups and downs of the deep sea, and whether it was strong or weak, all kinds of yin and yang currents, and compared them with the heavenly steel mystic art. This feeling, the flow of the deep sea currents in my body, seems to be the circulation path of the heavenly steel mystic art? I actually used this method to cultivate the heavenly steel mystic art? At this time, a trace of understanding suddenly appeared in his heart. Weren't the ocean currents in his deep sea the circulation path of the heavenly steel mystic art? Perhaps even Pengu Nuwa, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who created the heavenly steel mystic art, wouldn't have thought that Zhou Tong would use this method to cultivate the heavenly steel mystic art. The cultivation system of this world has endless possibilities. Zhou Tong was also somewhat emotional. The cultivation system of this world had a lot of uncertainties, especially in the aspect of divine abilities, which could often give birth to many inconceivable divine abilities. It was possible that some of these divine abilities exceeded the knowledge of Pengu Nuwa and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At the very least, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors didn't consider the existence of the Little Stone Emperor. This was because if the Little Stone Emperor's final moment of connecting the past and present was seen by the other emperors, all of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' plans would have been for naught. In particular, Zhou Tong himself wasn't actually a native of this world. He had the results of another cultivation civilization in his heart, and he could examine the process and results of cultivation from a different direction. Naturally, he could give birth to divine abilities that far exceeded the expectations of Pengu Nuwa and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It's just, did I cultivate the heavenly steel mystic art or not? However, after thinking about it, Zhou Tong's heart was somewhat hesitant. The orthodox heavenly steel mystic art was something like Shaoqin, which created divinized apertures in the body. Finally, these apertures connected into a line to form a completely new circulation path. However, the deep-sea currents in his body were only circulating according to the path of the heavenly map. He couldn't cultivate those divinized apertures at all, nor could he connect those divinized apertures. Let's take one step at a time. Maybe I'll figure it out naturally in the future. Zhou Tong thought in his heart, my primary goal right now is to reach the Zephyrus realm and transform into a human. Buzz! His body slightly shook, and the accumulated snow on the surface of his body was shaken off. At this moment, his body was a lot bigger than before. His power had also quietly increased to Historia's 7th celestial layer. Chapter 761. Historia's 7th celestial layer. My speed of advancement can be considered unprecedented, Zhou Tong said in his heart. He remembered that after those dragon kings left the Dragon Island in the original work, they had to train for an entire year before they managed to advance to Exuvia 9th celestial layer. And before he left the Dragon Island, he had already advanced to Historia's 7th celestial layer. However, my speed of advancement is also reasonable. Although it's a different training system, the principle is still the same. As long as I have enough power, I will be able to advance quickly. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He continued to lie on the ground and absorb the worldly essence as well as the essence of the sun and moon to train. Not only Zhou Tong, Xiao Chen was also training bitterly in this snowy mountain. He had just obtained the second part of the Divine Steel Mysterious technique. He was extremely excited. After training non-stop these past few days, his Divine Steel Mysterious technique advanced to a whole new level in the blink of an eye. And just when Zhou Tong and the others were training bitterly, the battle outside was still ongoing. At the center of the Dragon Island, in the ghost town, countless half-ancestor and Zhu Shen weapons were attacking the divine steel frantically. At the same time, the divine ability of the dragons flickered as they attacked together. The whole process lasted for 7 days, and on the 7th day, the baleful aura at the center of the island weakened by a lot. The sea of blood in the sky also slowly faded away. At the same time, those weapons that were attacking the ghost town also turned into rays of light and left the ghost town. As for the Buddha's divine tool, it was embedded in the ancient city's gate once again. At the same time, countless dragons flew out of the ghost town. Their divine ability quickly faded away during this process. After completely leaving the ghost town, they actually couldn't even maintain their flight and could only land on the ground. Finally, the Eddosaurus horn and Eddosaurus claw, these things that belonged to the Eddosaurus, also quickly flew out of the ancient city and rushed towards the direction of the sacred mountain. All the practitioners who noticed this scene were incomparably shocked. The dragons lost their divine ability once again. Their bestial nature suppressed their divinity once again. They were beaten back to their original form. No matter if it was the royal dragons, such as the monarch lion dragon, tyrannical dragon, or the ordinary mammoth dragons, all of them were running on the ground. They could no longer fly. And along with the disappearance of the dragons and those weapons, very quickly the ghost town in the Sea of Bones also gradually disappeared. In that sea of bones, only 100-meter tall huge steel towered there. Everything else seemed to have completely disappeared, as if nothing had happened. However, no matter if it was the forest on the Dragon Island or the boundless Sea of Bones, traces of the blood rain could still be found. This was the only evidence left behind until now. It's finally gone. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The island was finally back to normal. Let's go take a look together. Zhou Tong was also curious as to how these things disappeared. It was as if they were hidden in another space. That's right, let's go take a look. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Very soon, the few of them arrived at the center of this Sea of Bones. However, this Sea of Bones had already quieted down completely. Those terrifying skeletons were lying on the ground quietly. There was no sign of them coming back to life. And at this place, Zhou Tong also saw a lot of people. Basically, all of them were those cultivators who came out together with them. Lan Nuo was the one he was more familiar with. Of course, there were also some cultivators he had never seen before. After all, there were still a lot of places that were safe during this period of time. For example, the snowy mountain they were at before. Zhou Tong faintly nodded towards them. Soon after, he began to use his own method to search this place for any clues. This city comes and goes without a trace, it's illusory. Once it disappears, it's hard to find it again. Do you see anything? Suddenly, a colorful mist drifted over, a gentle voice transmitted from the mist. The person who came was precisely Lan Nua. She looked at Zhou Tong with some expectation. In her opinion, Zhou Tong had broken the concept in her heart time and time again. She was also looking forward to what this little dragon could say. If even you can't see anything, what can I see? Zhou Tong shook his head. Maybe there is another space-time, but I practice the law of time. My understanding of the law of space is not that deep. Lan Nua also felt a little regretful. However, Zhou Tong could tell from her voice that Lan Nua really sensed something. However, because she was proficient in the law of time, her understanding of space was lacking a lot. That was why she couldn't find the crucial thing. Unfortunately, I have some understanding of space, but unfortunately, my cultivation is too low. Zhou Tong also said in a soft voice, if you don't mind, we might as well exchange a few words. Maybe by combining our understanding of time and space, we can find some clues. Lan Nua was startled. This azure dragon was really a little scary. He knows that I am a Nirvana realm cultivator, but he is merely a Historia realm little dragon. He actually has the courage and confidence to discuss with me? Lan Nua was getting more and more curious. Just what did this little dragon want to talk to her about? It just so happens that I am also a little curious about space during my training. Let's exchange some words. Lan Nua nodded her head. However, this is not the place to talk, follow me. Zhou Tong and Lan Nua left together, which attracted the attention of many people. However, they only took a glance and didn't care about it anymore, because they couldn't affect anything. Only Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, this azure dragon is really out of the ordinary. When he was with me, he only fancied Ku's treasure-hunting ability. I'm afraid only Lan Nua, that kind of proud goddess, can truly communicate with him as an equal. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Lan Nua advanced together and arrived at a spiritual mountain with abundant spiritual energy. The forest here was verdant and lush, the wisteria twined around. It could even be said that the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds could be heard. The spiritual energy was dense, and there was even a hanging spring and waterfall embellished the place. Not far away there was a bamboo house, which should be Lan Nua's residence these days. Behind the bamboo house there was a bamboo forest and a clear small lake. The fish in the lake swam happily. There are many spiritual mountains and immortal valleys in the Dragon Island, but the spiritual energy contained in this mountain forest can be regarded as the highest quality among the many spiritual mountains. Lan Nua walked to the small lake behind the bamboo house and sat quietly on a bluestone. Zhou Tong also came to a large stone opposite Lan Nua. My space Tao is a little different, maybe it is different from what you know. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then said. Zhou Tong has made up his mind to try to spread some Tao techniques of shrouding the heavens world. He wants to see how compatible the Tao of these two worlds can be. Is it something beyond your knowledge? Lan Nua became more and more curious. She looked well-behaved and listened attentively. It's not too much beyond. In short, it's a little different from the divine ability you know. Zhou Tong said, and directly described some of the things that the saints of shrouding the heavens world who are proficient in space Tao have comprehended. And Lan Nua was completely shocked when she heard these things just now. Chapter 762. On the small mountain, the clear and quiet lake reflected the dense trees in the vicinity. When the breeze brushed past, it was hard to tell if the trees were moving or the water was moving. Zhou Tong and Lan Nua were one dragon and one human. The two figures were quietly discussing at the side of the lake. Last time, when they were discussing, they only touched upon some general knowledge of the training system as well as some comprehension of training. However, this time, they had clearly gone a step further and already touched upon some specific training techniques as well as various divine abilities. Although Zhou Tong was merely at the Historia realm, Lan Nua didn't dare to look down on him. Especially the things that Zhou Tong talked about was also an unimaginable shock to Lan Nua. It was as if she was re-examining her own training process from another perspective. It made Lan Nua benefit a lot. As for the time Dao that Lan Nua explained, although Zhou Tong only occasionally spoke a few words, he always hit the nail on the head. It made Lan Nua understand her own flaw in the Tao of time. Especially when Zhou Tong occasionally gave one or two suggestions. It made Lan Nua widen her horizons even more. It made her realize that the Tao of time could actually be played like this. This time, the two of them discussed Tao for a total of 7 days. After a good while, Lan Nua stood up and bowed towards Zhou Tong. She sighed with emotion and said, "Brother Long's comprehension of the Tao of time is no small matter. If I have any gains in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Long. You are exaggerating. The Tao of time is boundless. I have also benefited a lot from talking with you," Zhou Tong said. "However, the Tao you spoke of is similar to the God's Guide that I obtained by chance." After muttering to herself for a moment, Lan Nua seemed to have made a decision. She directly said to Zhou Tong, "The God's Guide that I trained in is the most perfect combination of martial arts and divine abilities. It can be said to be a supreme treasure. In this world of immortals, martial arts and divine abilities were two completely different training systems. People who trained in martial arts didn't have any divine abilities. They only had battle techniques and physical body. Battle techniques that had reached the pinnacle as well as supreme treasured body that surpassed magic treasures. As for divine abilities, the physical body and battle techniques didn't make too much progress. However, they could gain many incomparably marvelous divine abilities. Each of them had their own uses. Most importantly, there was a conflict between martial arts and divine abilities. After cultivating a divine ability, if he were to cultivate martial arts and attain a martial body, there would be a huge conflict. Your spatial god art gives me a feeling very similar to God's attraction. Lan Nua looked at Zhou Tong. Have the dragons already mastered the perfect combination of martial arts and magical powers? The martial arts of us dragons are different from the martial arts you humans speak of. Zhou Tong replied, "The greatest difficulty of your human martial arts is to cultivate a martial body. However, this technique will conflict with divine powers. But we dragons don't need it. We dragons are born with physical bodies that are not much weaker than your human's martial body." Lan Nua stared blankly for a moment, then nodded his head and said, "That's right, that's indeed the case. If our human race wants to forge a martial body, the difficulty is far too great. When I was in the lower realm, I was already invincible in the world at the age of 20. However, after cultivating the divine guide, the conflict between my martial body and divine ability almost crippled my cultivation. For this reason, I sealed myself in ice for 13 years. At this point, Lan Nua sighed in his heart. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to endure that 13 years of torment. Zhou Tong was also somewhat surprised. So in the original work, after Lan Nua cultivated the divine guide, her cultivation was almost crippled and she was sealed in ice for 13 years. It was actually because she wanted to connect the two great systems of martial arts and divine abilities, and she even succeeded? In the original work, only Xiao Chen was able to successfully connect the two great systems of martial arts and divine abilities. However, he was able to succeed because he used the heavenly steel profound method. Even so, Xiao Chen had a narrow escape during his cultivation. There were several times when his martial body and divine ability clashed and he almost died. Who would have thought that the current Lan Nua had already reached this step? Amazing, admirable! Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nua with a trace of admiration in his eyes. She was indeed worthy of being the proud goddess who cultivated to the supreme Zhu Shen realm by herself in the original work. This aptitude, who knows how many times more than Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen was powerful because he cultivated the heavenly steel profound method. The potential in his body was constantly precipitating and accumulating. His aptitude could be said to be forcefully pushed up because of the heavenly steel profound method. Regarding Xiao Chen's aptitude, the original work's martial imprint evaluation could be considered to be quite appropriate. That is, once in 20 years. And this evaluation was because Xiao Chen had already cultivated 2 sets of heavenly steel profound method and transformed several times. If he didn't have the heavenly steel profound method, his aptitude would only be at the level of an ordinary person. It's just a combination of martial arts and divine ability. Zhou Tong also became silent. The combination of martial arts and divine ability, in the eyes of this world's cultivation system, was an extremely contradictory thing. However, if one looked at it from the perspective of heaven-concealing method, chaotic ancient method, and immortal ancient method, these two were naturally one. There was no contradiction or conflict at all. Cultivation of martial arts could progress, cultivation of divine ability could also progress. If you don't worry about me, why don't you tell me about this divine guide? Maybe I can give you some different suggestions. Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nua and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Lan Nua revealed a trace of a moving smile. She also wanted to see what kind of unusual insight this extremely bizarre azure dragon would have on this cultivation method that could integrate martial arts and divine ability. Saying this, Lan Nua told Zhou Tong about the divine guide that she cultivated. This divine guide was indeed a cultivation method created by this world's cultivators to seek the integration of martial arts and divine ability. From this divine guide, Zhou Tong could vaguely see some thoughts and traces of the chaotic ancient method. Divine guide cultivated the martial arts treasure body, but it didn't reject divine ability that much. Instead, it used a special cultivation method to integrate divine ability into the body. When this cultivation method fell into the hands of different people, it could be cultivated into different things. When it fell into the hands of people who were proficient in martial arts, it would be using martial arts as the foundation and divine ability as the supplement. If it fell into the hands of cultivators who were proficient in divine ability, it would be using divine ability as the main cultivation method and using divine ability to cultivate martial arts. I don't know much about your human cultivation method, but if it's just based on this divine guide, I can give you a few suggestions. After a slight pause, Zhou Tong immediately said, "Please say." Lan Nua's eyes lit up. "You should be on the path of cultivating martial arts with divine ability, but have you ever thought about setting up some formations in your body and using the formations to integrate various divine ability? When the time comes, perhaps some unusual power will be born." Zhou Tong began to explain some of the cultivation methods of the chaotic ancient method to Lan Nu. During this time, he even talked about some of the cultivation methods of the chaotic ancient method. Lan Nua was very shocked. In fact, when it came to formations, it wasn't that she didn't think about it, but in the end, she still couldn't find the method. However, this azure dragon actually thought of the method of imprinting formations in such a short time? However, as Zhou Tong talked, doubts appeared in Lan Nua's heart. She also directly asked questions. Time slowly passed as the two of them asked and answered. Chapter 763. Time passed by day after day. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Zhou Tong and Lan Nua had been discussing Tao on this small mountain all along. And just when the two of them were leisurely discussing Tao, the news had already spread like wildfire in the outside world. because they found a way to leave the Dragon Island. Over there, they gathered 9 Dragon Kings and summoned the ship of Edisaurus. Ever since they arrived at the Dragon Island, they only met 2 Dragon Kings, and they were Zhou Tong and that Amethyst Dragon King. But what made everyone gnash their teeth in hatred was that the Amethyst Dragon King that appeared with great difficulty was killed by Zhou Tong. This undoubtedly made everyone endlessly furious, because with one less Amethyst Dragon King, only God knows if they can gather 9 more Dragon Kings. But even so, on the entire Dragon Island, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. They were all looking for the Dragon Kings on the island unceasingly. Where there is a will, 9 Dragon Kings are a must. If they don't look for them, no one can leave this place. This Dragon Island was really too dangerous. None of the youngsters on the island were willing to stay here any longer. And just at this time, Zhou Tong and Lan Nua's discussion was finally broken. Someone found their location, and the person who came was precisely Xiao Chen, who was familiar with Zhou Tong. Senior Lan Nua, Brother Azure Dragon, we already found a way to leave the Dragon Island. Xiao Chen immediately got straight to the point when he appeared. He wanted Zhou Tong to make a move and summon the ship of Edisaurus together with the other Dragon Kings. How many Dragon Kings did you find? Lan Nua asked. Xiao Chen replied, other than Brother Azure Dragon, there is also a Black Dragon King that was found by someone. He is willing to leave with us. If Brother Azure Dragon is willing to make a move, we still need 7 more Dragon Kings. 7 Dragon Kings is not a simple number. We dragons normally need at least 100 years to hatch. But the situation on the Dragon Island is special during this period of time. There is a source of Dragon Chi on the island that can help us to hatch quickly. You guys look for them properly, maybe you will be able to find enough Dragon Kings very quickly. Come find me after you find the remaining 7 Dragon Kings, Zhou Tong finally said. All right. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Zhou Tong's words definitely meant that he was willing to leave with him. Since you can go back, I hope you can reconcile with Zhao Lin Air, Lan Nua said softly. When the void shattered that day, I saw all of you rushing in. I wanted to stop you, but I realized that there was no way to reverse the situation, so I could only let all of you come with me. Unexpectedly, the 2 of you became enemies. We all came from the human world. We don't want to see you fight to the death. I want you to calm your resentment. I have the heart to reconcile the 2 of you, are you willing? Lan Nua said, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Xiao Chen, waiting for his answer. Xiao Chen stared blankly, then nodded and said, I have no problem, but is Zhao Lin willing to reconcile with me? Take me to her. Lan Nua was very confident in herself. She believed that Zhao Lin was also willing to give her face. The grudges between her and Xiao Chen would vanish like smoke in thin air. Lan Nua, after you settle Xiao Chen's matter, I still have one more thing that I need your help with. Seeing that Lan Nua was about to leave, Zhou Tong suddenly spoke. Lan Nua suddenly looked at Zhou Tong, then slightly nodded, then immediately followed Xiao Chen and left together. And just after Lan Nua left, Zhou Tong also began to move. He used his divine ability to carve one rune after another on the entire small mountain. He even used his own dragon blood to set up a formation in some places. As the formation was completed bit by bit, white fog suddenly curled up in this area, becoming more and more hazy. The essence of heaven and earth surged towards this place like a tide. The bamboo forest rustled, the clear spring gurgled. The essence of this mountain was incomparably dense. The essence of heaven and earth is condensing, but it is still not enough. Zhou Tong continued to set up the formation. He left this small mountain and began to trigger the ley line in the nearby mountains. He even used a special method to activate the underground ley line, causing the dragon essence and Edisaurus essence of the Dragon Island to condense here. Roar! A clear and melodious dragon roar transmitted from the white fog, along with Zhou Tong's arrangement. the entire small mountain became different. The originally white fog began to emit a faint scarlet radiance, then it changed into orange radiance, then golden radiance, jade-green radiance, cyan radiance, blue radiance, purple radiance. Strands of rainbow-colored radiance appeared in the entire small mountain. The dense mist was steaming, the essence of heaven and earth was seething. This small mountain could be considered as the gathering place of the top-grade ley line on the Dragon Island. The underground ley line was abundant with spiritual energy. It even contained a relatively large ley line on the Dragon Island. Now that all of these were activated by Zhou Tong, this small mountain immediately turned into a land of immortals filled with dense spiritual energy. At this moment, the divine radiance in the small mountain soared to the heavens, the mist filled the air, countless dragon essence and Ediosaurus essence rushed out from the ground and condensed towards the small mountain. Dragon roars echoed in the heaven and earth, the light mist was dense, the dragon aura overflowed unceasingly, filling the entire formation. The formation outside is almost done, next is the core area. Zhou Tong re-entered the formation, arrived at the area where he and Lan Nuo were discussing before, and set up the formation again. Immediately, buzz! The essence of the plants, the Earth's dragon aura, the dragon essence of the Dragon Island, the Ediosaurus essence, sunlight, starlight, moonlight, all of them condensed like water and flowed into this area, pouring into the center of the big rock beside the lake. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lan Nuo settled the conflict between Xiao Chun and Zhao Linair, she came back with a hint of curiosity. She was very curious about the help that Zhou Tong mentioned. However, the moment she came back, she was immediately stunned. The misty mist in front of her, the dense essence of the heaven and earth, the divine radiance filled the sky, the dragon aura spread out, and there was even a faint dragon roar in the air. Was this fairyland-like place really the place she left before? How long have I left? In less than 4 hours, such a shocking change actually happened here? Was it done by the Azure Dragon? Lan Nuo was very shocked. This kind of method could almost be said to change the heaven and earth. Go this way. At this moment, Zhou Tong also noticed that Lan Nuo had returned. He controlled the formation to make a path. The mist that pervaded the entire small mountain began to disperse, revealing a passage that led to the center, and at the end of the passage was Zhou Tong. Lan Nuo felt like she was in a dream. She followed this passage and went back to Zhou Tong's side. "This is your doing?" Lan Nuo was very surprised. Along the way, she already understood that this was the method of a formation. She didn't expect this dragon to have such understanding of formation. Zhou Tong nodded his head and said, "Since there is hope to leave the Dragon Island, I cannot waste this last chance. We dragons have lived here for millions of years. The Dragon Island is pervaded with the power of dragon essence. I need to undergo one last transformation before leaving the Dragon Island." Chapter 764. The Last Transformation. Are you going to break through the Zephyr Realm and become a demigod? Lan Nuo was shocked. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit too fast. He was only a few months old, and he was going to break through to the Zephyr Realm? But after thinking about it, Lan Nuo had to admit that Zhou Tong's understanding of power, magic, and martial arts had already surpassed the Zephyr Realm cultivators. Even from the perspective of a Nirvana Realm cultivator like her, he could be said to be unfathomable. With such a realm, breaking through to the Zephyr Realm was not difficult at all. Zhou Tong nodded and said, "And I don't know much about things outside of Dragon Island, but since we can leave, there will definitely be 9 Dragon Kings. I don't know if those people outside will have any thoughts about me." Zhou Tong was very straightforward. There could be many Dragon Kings, but the winner of all the Dragon Kings battles would be the Ediosaurus. Zhou Tong had absolute confidence that he could beat all the Dragon Kings, but what about after leaving Dragon Island? God knows if after leaving Dragon Island, Those big forces who controlled a Dragon King would treat Zhou Tong, the fastest evolving Dragon King, as a thorn in their side and use some special means to deal with him. He had not grown up yet. Rashly exposing himself was not a good thing. Back in Shrouding Heaven world, the reason why he dared to cause trouble when his cultivation was weak was because he had a great saint weapon in his hand. As long as he avoided the Emperor weapon, he could just flip the table and leave at any time. But in this world there was nothing, so he did not dare to be too reckless. I hope you can protect me. Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nua. Okay. Lan Nua did not hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. When she was sealed by the divine light on Dragon Island, she almost died because of resisting the power of the seal. It was Zhou Tong who helped her. Logically, Lan Nua would not refuse Zhou Tong's request. Everything was ready. Zhou Tong went directly to the core of the formation, which was also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. He quietly lay down, and at the same time, he used the dragon's technique and his own deep-sea magic. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, sounding especially distant amidst the mist and multicolored light. Even the nearby mountains were shaking. Below the ground, dragon chi pervaded the air, rushing out a brilliant rainbow-colored light, drawing in the starlight and moonlight that filled the sky, connecting together like a great dragon soaring into the sky. All the light gathered in Zhou Tong's body. In an instant, the green light from his body shot up into the sky like a cloud of mist. The dragon chi overflowed and was brilliant. Zhou Tong began his breakthrough. Boundless draconic chi, draconic essence, and even the essence of Eddasaurus soared into the sky and converged to form a huge phantom of Eddasaurus. It condensed in midair and looked down. For a moment, the draconic might here was like the sea, suffocating everyone. The scattered draconic essence and essence of Eddasaurus in the mountains all condensed. Even Lan Nua felt a huge pressure. This was the genuine draconic might of Eddasaurus. This dragon island is worthy of being the place where dragons lived for countless years. There is actually still the essence of Eddasaurus. Lan Nua looked at the phantom of Eddasaurus in the sky. She was also a little astonished. She could naturally see, once these ownerless Eddasaurus essence were refined and absorbed by Zhou Tong, it was equivalent to him directly getting rid of one or two young dragon kings. He could definitely take a big step forward in the evolution of Eddasaurus. At the same time, those scattered draconic essence and Eddasaurus essence within Zhou Tong's body condensed and transformed into a rainbow-colored divine radiance. It tempered his body and cleansed all the meridians in his body. Every inch of his flesh was cleansed by the rainbow-colored radiance. So much so that one could faintly see strands of rainbow-colored radiance wandering about. This was equivalent to changing the meridians and washing the marrow. At the same time, in the deep sea, the waves were surging violently. Under the surface of the sea, the undercurrent was surging. The seawater was getting deeper and deeper. The operation of the ocean currents was also getting more and more mysterious. Zhou Tong was completely immersed in it for a moment. Perhaps a split second had passed, but it also felt like a few days had passed. Zhou Tong kept his calm all along. He was lying on the ground alone in this environment filled with draconic essence and essence. He was silently breaking through. After communicating with Lan Nua during this period of time, Zhou Tong had already figured out all the profoundness of the world of immortals training system in the Zephyr realm. However, breaking through to the Zephyr realm was not something that could be achieved by just relying on strength and spiritual energy. This was the process of unlocking the treasures within the body. What was required was a kind of mysterious opportunity. However, this kind of opportunity, other people might not be able to find it, but to Zhou Tong, it was nothing. To a dragon king like him, what kind of opportunity could be compared to the essence of Eddasaurus? He only needed to condense one or two strands of the essence of Eddasaurus scattered on the dragon island, and he could easily break through the barrier. At this moment, bathed in the rich draconic essence and Edosaurus essence, Zhou Tong's body underwent some changes. It was as if he had eaten some kind of super tonic. His body swelled up rapidly. Originally, he was only about 1.5 meters, but now, he rapidly grew to 2 meters in height in a very short period of time. However, when his body was growing, the green radiance on the scales all over his body seemed to have dimmed a lot. Those scales already did not look like the scales of a living dragon. Instead, they looked like the scales of a dead dragon. The Dragon King needs to shed his skin to advance to the Zephyr Realm? Lan Nua also looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. Her eyes were emitting strands of multicolored radiance, as if she wanted to see through the changes under that layer of green scales. No, this is not an ordinary shed skin, it is an evolution. Edosaurus scales. This is the new characteristic of Edosaurus that appeared during his transformation this time. Lan Nua secretly said in her heart. Although Zhou Tong's body was also covered in scales before, this kind of scales was very similar to the scales of a crocodile. However, the real Edosaurus scales were actually similar to the scales of a carp. Roar! Just at this time, that Daozu dragon's shadow in the sky suddenly let out a world-shaking dragon roar. Soon after, the dragon's shadow quickly rushed into Zhou Tong's body. Rumble! A loud sound transmitted from his body, as if some kind of shackle was broken. Divine power violently gushed out. For a moment, the green radiance around Zhou Tong's body was boundless, thousands of auspicious colors. Finally, at this moment, he completely stepped into the Zephyr Realm. This realm already had another name in the world of immortals, demigod, Kacha, and at this time, the back of Zhou Tong's body suddenly split open a huge gap, as if his entire body was about to split open, and in that gap, one could faintly see the dazzling dragon scales. Every single scale was emitting a green radiance that was even more resplendent than the stars. Along with a clear dragon roar, a green dragon's shadow soared into the sky from that huge gap. Following the green dragon's shadow, Lan Nua looked at the sky, only to see a dragon calmly floating in the sky. The green scales on its body flickered. The dragon's body was powerful, just like the Great Wall of Steel. Edosaurus head, Edosaurus tail, Edosaurus front claws, Edosaurus scales. No, even his hind claws have advanced a step? Lan Nua's heart was moved, her eyes exposed a trace of astonishment. Originally, it was like a Tyrannosaurus rex with 3 fingers pointing forward and 1 finger pointing backward. Now, it had completely transformed into a dragon's claw with 5 fingers. Chapter 765. An azure dragon was floating in midair. Although it still had the body of a Tyrannosaurus, the dragon's scales on its body were like jade. Compared to the sinister scales from before, it looked even more beautiful now. As it stretched its body, the jade-like dragon scales reflected the starlight in the sky and blossomed with a brilliant divine glow. Although its hind legs had also evolved and its claws had already transformed into dragon claws, in terms of running, it was still inferior to the Tyrannosaurus legs from before. But after being able to fly, the true advantage of the dragons would be displayed incisively and vividly. Zhou Tong leaped into the air and stood in midair. His eyes blossomed with a brilliant divine glow as he looked disdainfully in all directions. This was the Zephyr Realm. The Zephyr Realm was also known as the Demigod Realm. This was a huge dividing line. This was the realm that laid the most solid foundation for one to enter the immortal realm in the future. The Dragon King is indeed special. Won't he be sealed and suppressed on this island? Lan Nua also looked at Zhou Tong, who was in midair. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. And at this time, Zhou Tong, who was floating in midair, also had a strange feeling in his heart. His body slightly trembled, and the green divine radiance rose sharply. The dome of heaven seemed to be split open by this divine radiance. The dragon's great divine ability had advanced once again. From the previous sweeping stage, it had advanced once again. It already possessed the power to kill. This feeling, Zhou Tong waved his dragon claw, and a brilliant divine radiance slashed a huge rock. Clang! A sound similar to the sound of a sword resounded. This huge rock was immediately split open. Moreover, the opening was as smooth as a mirror. It was almost able to reflect the nearby mountains and rivers. However, Zhou Tong could clearly see that this huge rock was not split open. Instead, a part of it was destroyed by Zhou Tong's divine ability. That was why it was in such a state. If the two halves of the huge rock were to be put back together, it would definitely not be able to be put back together perfectly. That was because a part of it was destroyed. So that's the case. This is the killing stage of the dragon's great divine ability. A trace of understanding flashed through Zhou Tong's heart. The dragon's great divine ability: imprison everything, sweep everything, annihilate everything. These three stages were a gradual progression. In the confinement stage, it was very simple to control. For example, if one was strong enough, one could break free from the rope. At the sweeping stage, the divine light could solidify into a solid state. It could turn into a saber, a sword, or a staff into a hammer. It could display the power of weapons like saber, sword, staff, and hammer. If the divine light in the sweeping phase was like a solid sword, then the divine light in the annihilation phase was like a laser beam that would destroy anything it touched. The great abilities of dragons are simply endless. Right now, I can only annihilate rocks. If I continue to cultivate, I'll be able to annihilate half-ancestors, Zhu Shen, and even Stone Man King. After briefly comprehending the abilities after advancing to the Zephyr realm, Zhou Tong immediately looked at the spot where he had been cultivating. There was a cyan dragon skin there. It was the old skin that he had shed after advancing this time. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and spat out a cyan flame, which fell on the old skin. Immediately, the old skin was refined into a cyan armor by Zhou Tong. After that, Zhou Tong's body shook, and the cyan light around his body rose sharply. However, his body shrunk within the cyan light and finally turned into the appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Clang! The cyan armor shone with dazzling light and burst out with vibrating sounds like metal colliding. One after another, the cyan armor burst out with dazzling divine light. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the armor covered Zhou Tong's body piece by piece. After the light dissipated, Zhou Tong also descended from the sky and stood in front of Lan Nuo. Congratulations, you have finally transformed. Lan Nuo smiled faintly and sized up Zhou Tong from head to toe. His cyan hair was flickering with specks of radiance. When his hair fluttered in the wind, it was as if a cyan wave was flowing. His pair of eyes were deep and profound, and he looked very valiant. Especially his cyan hair. There was a pair of jade horns flickering with cyan light. It was sparkling and translucent. Although he was still very young and immature, when he walked, he already possessed the majesty of a dragon. That's right, I have finally transformed. Zhou Tong also revealed a smile on his face. After transforming, even if he left the Dragon Island and walked on the continent of immortals, not many people would dare to have any ideas about him. Especially when he covered the pair of dragon horns on his head, no one would be able to recognize him as the Dragon King. I'm afraid you will become the ruler of the Dragon Island now. Lan Nuo sighed a little. She herself was suppressed. If they were to fight on the Dragon Island, she really wouldn't be able to defeat this azure dragon. What's the use of respect? In any case, I will be leaving this place very soon. Zhou Tong shook his head. Thank you for protecting me during the breakthrough this time. However, I still need to sort out the harvest from the breakthrough this time. Please go ahead. Lan Nuo nodded her head slightly. Zhou Tong immediately sat down cross-legged, and quietly sorted out his harvest from the breakthrough this time. Firstly, the evolution of the dragon's divine ability. Secondly, he awakened a few dragon's combat skills and some special training methods from his bloodline. For example, the body tempering, refining methods, and so on that were unique to dragons. Thirdly, he awakened some innate divine ability unique to the tyrannical dragon bloodline of the dragons. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's greatest divine ability was the control of wind and thunder. What Zhou Tong had awakened now was also something related to wind and thunder, a divine ability spell. These are the improvements in the bloodline. Next should be my deep sea divine ability. Zhou Tong looked at his deep sea again. Under the sea, there was a constant circulation of ocean current. However, it was obvious that this sea was much deeper, and even the circulation of the ocean currents was much more complicated. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the area of the sea had expanded a little. The deep sea divine ability has also improved. Finally, the dragon armor on my body. Zhou Tong then turned his attention to his armor. The armor was crafted using the dragon's skin he shed himself. It was considered a rare piece of armor for a demigod at the airborne realm. However, Zhou Tong did not seriously refine it, so there were many flaws in his eyes. I suspect that the transformation in the future will continue to shed skin. Well, in the future, I will refine all the shed skin into this armor. When the time comes, I may get an armor similar to the shrouding heaven world's divine emperor armor. Zhou Tong thought for a moment, and immediately used the dragon's refining method, and began to refine this armor. Clang! A trembling sound came from the dragon armor, and a brilliant blue light shrouded Zhou Tong's body like a blue moon. The armor on the surface of his body began to vibrate, and there were traces of runes gradually imprinted on it. In the beginning, there was still a brilliant divine light on the dragon armor, but with Zhou Tong's refinement, all the brilliant divine light was restrained, and it looked simple and natural. In the end, gradually, this dragon armor appeared with traces of mysterious Taoist rhymes. Chapter 766. Zhou Tong was still training quietly as before. Lan Nuo's divine guidance, as well as the heavenly monolith mysterious technique, gave him a lot of different perspective. Comprehending these martial arts would be very beneficial for him to understand the dragon's martial arts a step further. On the other side, as the days passed by, the young dragon kings on the Dragon Island also came into being one after another. Everyone was looking forward to subduing the young dragon kings. However, every dragon king was no small matter. Almost every time they subdued a dragon king, they would have to pay a price of more than 10 lives. Time passed by little, just at this time. Roar! Suddenly, a world-shaking dragon roar transmitted from the distant seaside. After this roar, it was closely followed by a series of dragon roars. The continuous dragon roars reverberated in the sky above the entire dragon island like the divine thunder from the ninth heaven. The oppressive dragon roar reverberated in this boundless land and sea. This is... The instant she heard this sound, Lan Nuo suddenly stood up, her eyes exposed a trace of shock. Summoning the ship of Eddasaurus. They already gathered 9 dragon kings a long time ago. They are summoning the ship of Eddasaurus. At this time, Zhou Tong also looked towards the direction where the sound came from. His voice carried a trace of anger. But how could this be? Lan Nuo clearly guessed something. It seems like I have implicated you. Zhou Tong sighed softly. He already guessed the reason. It was because the older generation of the Dragon Island was unwilling to let him go to the mainland. They hoped that Zhou Tong would be trapped on the Dragon Island forever. He was already far ahead in the evolution of the Eddasaurus, so much so that he even got rid of a Dragon King of the same level. This kind of talent, this kind of advantage, those Dragon Kings they subdued didn't possess it at all. If they let Zhou Tong follow them back to the Immortals' mainland, then the result was very obvious. Their dragon kings were no match for him. This was equivalent to them coming to the Dragon Island in vain. The real Ediosaurus needed to fight among the dragon kings unceasingly. However, if they were to take away all the dragon kings on the island, leaving only Zhou Tong, the dragon king, on the Dragon Island, then the result would be very obvious. He did not have any dragon kings as his opponent. Even if he had an innate advantage, even if he was a peerless genius among dragons, there was no possibility for him to improve. Roar! At this moment, another series of dragon roars rang out. A vast and ancient aura seemed to permeate the world. At the same time, a mysterious power was transmitting a special message into the distance. Roar! The Dragon King's roar was unceasing. The entire Dragon Island seemed to be shaken by the dragon's roar. It was lightly trembling. This was the Dragon King's call. The dragon's roar carried the Dragon King's will, and it spread far and wide. Lan Noa shook his head and said, "I don't blame you. However, the dragon's roars are endless right now. The summoning shouldn't have been successful yet. If we rush over now, we might still have a chance." "All right, I will bring you over." Zhou Tong slightly nodded his head. He grabbed Lan Nua's hand and directly soared into the sky. Although Lan Nua's power was above Zhou Tong, she was sealed. She was unable to display her power at all. That's why she needed Zhou Tong to bring her along as he flew. In order to guard against Zhou Tong, that group of people deliberately chose the beach furthest away from Zhou Tong to summon the Ediosaurus. With such a far distance, if Zhou Tong wanted to reach there as soon as possible, he would definitely have to pass by the divine monument at the center of the Dragon Island. They had calculated everything. The divine monument was suppressing the Dragon Island. The closer they got to that place, the more terrifying the seal would be. So much so that when they got close to the divine monument, something unexpected might happen. For safety's sake, they would definitely have to take a detour. Roar! However, just when Zhou Tong brought Lan Nua to the sky above the ocean of bones at the center of the Dragon Island, a clear and majestic dragon roar suddenly transmitted over. This roar was like the majestic voice from the ancient times. It made people's soul tremble. And at this time, the Dragon King on the Dragon Island also stopped roaring. Zhou Tong and Lan Nua, who were in the sky, saw it very clearly. A huge dragon boat emitting rainbow-colored radiance appeared on the golden ocean surface out of thin air. It was riding the wind and breaking the wave. It was as if it really came from the ancient times. This ship's outer appearance was similar to the Ediosaurus. It cut across the taboo ocean. The rainbow-colored radiance illuminated the entire taboo ocean. The entire ocean surface was trembling because of its appearance. However, the divine ship was sailing steadily. It didn't sway in the slightest. And when this ship reached the shore, a dazzling rainbow appeared on the distant beach. One figure after another quickly boarded the Ediosaurus ship along the rainbow bridge. When Zhou Tong brought Lan Nua to the beach, the rainbow-colored bridge that was connected to the shore had already been retracted. The Ediosaurus ship also carried everyone away from the Dragon Island. "We are one step too late," Zhou Tong said softly. "These people are really good at calculating the timing." However, Xiao Qin seems to have been schemed against as well. He is also not on the ship. Lan Nua, who was standing beside Zhou Tong, slightly nodded her head. It was hard to tell if she was depressed or disappointed. The Ediosaurus ship is not the only way to leave, but this enmity must be avenged. Zhou Tong's pair of eyes were suffused with green radiance. He looked at those people on the Ediosaurus ship. He was observing the expression of those people. He wanted to figure out who was the one who schemed against him. When he leaves in the future, he will definitely get his revenge. If I am not mistaken, it should be the idea of those three old men. Looking at their attire and their relationship with the surrounding people, there is an 80% chance that they are the people of the Undying sect. It seems like it was also these few old men who schemed against Shao Chen in the original work. Zhou Tong swept his gaze across those people's faces one by one. Very quickly, he roughly determined a few people. At the same time, on the Edisaurus ship, a few white-haired old men looked at Zhou Tong and Lan Nuo, who were on the beach. They felt lucky in their heart. This Azure Dragon King is too out of the ordinary. There is a great possibility that he is the young Edisaurus this time. Unfortunately, he was born too early and evolved too quickly. Before we even had the time to make a move, he had already grown to the extent that we could not control him. A white-haired old man transmitted his voice to his companion beside him. He secretly felt pity in his heart. That's right, he has the king-level bloodline of dragons, the Dragon King of the tyrannical dragon lineage. Furthermore, he is the first Dragon King to be born on this island. Furthermore, he is the Dragon King that killed a Dragon King before. Furthermore, he actually reached the demigod realm in such a short period of time. This kind of dragon far surpasses the 9-headed Dragon King on our ship. Another old man also sighed and said, however, being too outstanding is also your biggest problem. You must know that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, a pile of rocks from the shore will be swept away by the current, a person who is superior to others will be judged by others. If you were a little stupid, why would we need to use this kind of method? Another old man had a complacent expression on his face. There is no other way, you can only be trapped here for the rest of your life. That's right, a Dragon King trapped on the Dragon Island is nothing to worry about. Next, we only need to return to the sect and properly nurture our Dragon King. In the future, he will be able to suppress the other Dragon Kings and become an Edisaurus. Chapter 767. Ta, ta, ta. Just at this time, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Shao Chen walked out from the shrubbery not far away with a face filled with anger. He looked at the Edisaurus with an unsightly expression. You were also abandoned? Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at Shao Chen. You are the Azure Dragon King? Shao Chen was flabbergasted the moment he saw Zhou Tong. How could there be such a child on the Dragon Island? But very quickly, he saw the pair of azure dragon horns on Zhou Tong's head. He immediately understood Zhou Tong's identity. Zhou Tong nodded his head slightly and said, It seems like you helped them everywhere, but they didn't appreciate it and abandoned you on the Dragon Island. Damn it! The older generation of practitioners had already entered the Dragon Island a long time ago. They had already subdued 3 Dragon Kings a long time ago, but they didn't make a move until now. Only until the other Dragon Kings were gathered did they suddenly jump out, and directly took over in one go. Shao Chen was burning with rage in his heart. They even managed to hide it from me. They are probably afraid that you will inform us. If I follow you guys to the mainland, what's the use of the Dragon Kings that they spent so much effort to subdue? Zhou Tong had never been afraid to use the worst possible scenario to conjecture humans. Shao Chen turned silent for a moment. After thinking carefully, what Shao Chen said was indeed correct. But as far as I know, other than the Edisaurus, there should be another sovereign kingship in the vicinity. Zhou Tong said softly. You know about the sovereign kingship? Shao Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to hear the name of the sovereign kingship again. Sovereign kingship? Lan Nuo was a little curious. Just what is the sovereign kingship? However, Zhou Tong glanced at Shao Chen and Ku, who was beside him, and thought to himself, it seems that the demon still found Shao Chen. But that makes sense. That thing needs the sacred tree of dragons to wash away the death aura on its body, and come back to life. Zhou Tong had already noticed that the sacred tree of dragons that Ku had been using as a hat had disappeared. It must have been taken away by someone. Sure enough, Xiao Chen quickly told Zhou Tong and Lan Nua about the devil. Brother Azure Dragon, do you know how to summon the Sovereign Kingship? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with a trace of hope. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, I only know how to summon the Ediosaurus, but if I want to summon the Ediosaurus alone, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the immortal realm. Xiao Chen, bring us to meet the devil you spoke of, Lan Nua said. Xiao Chen nodded his head, then brought the few of them to the devil's location. In the boundless snowy mountain, Een aura pervaded the air. Ku panted with rage and directly moved a door in the snowy mountain. Whoosh! Immediately the chilly wind roared, a burst of netherworld fog rushed out from behind the door. It was especially frightening in this ice-cold snowy mountain. After the netherworld fog dispersed, a figure with a pale complexion walked out from within. His gaze first swept past Zhou Tong and Lan Nua. He was greatly shaken. Especially when he looked at Zhou Tong, his gaze carried dense fear. The Dragon King's blood was his nemesis. He could withstand the blood of those young Dragon Kings, but when facing Zhou Tong, this Dragon King who had already transformed, it was not enough. I didn't expect the Dragon Island to actually have this kind of Dragon King. This Dragon King was beyond his imagination. If this Azure Dragon were to snatch away the Dragon Sacred Tree, he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. But very quickly he restrained the worry in his heart. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, I heard the roar of the Dragon King, why didn't you guys leave? We missed the divine ship, we wanted to ask you about the sovereign kingship. Xiao Chen said straightforwardly. So that's the case. The devil relaxed a little, since they had a request, then they definitely wouldn't make a move. Soon after, the devil explained to Xiao Chen about the sovereign kingship. The so-called sovereign king was a half-martial ancestor expert who cultivated the evolution of corpses and bones. The sovereign kingship was a ship refined from the sovereign king's corpse. There was a trace of the sovereign king's remnant soul on the ship, that's why the Een aura was extremely heavy. With the strength of Xiao Chen and the rest, they were unable to withstand the Een aura attack from the sovereign kingship. However, when the devil was explaining the sovereign kingship to Xiao Chen and the rest, Zhou Tong was secretly studying this devil. Born from death? That's not right, he left behind a remnant soul. It can't be considered as a resurrection, it can only be considered as a kind of resurrection. After Zhou Tong saw through the essence of the devil, he lost interest in him. This devil said that he was born from death, but in fact, he was similar to Shrouding Heaven World's primal chaos body Wang Bo. His body died and then another body was created. This so-called resurrection, Zhou Tong was already able to understand it, it was not a big deal. If it was a true death, then the soul would be scattered. If it could resurrect a person whose soul was scattered, then that would be truly heaven-defying, just like those talisman papers left behind by Heaven Emperor Huang. Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the things left behind by Heaven Emperor Huang, although he had never seen it before, just based on what he knew, he was able to conclude that those things were heaven-defying. Actually, as one's cultivation progressed, one's view of life and death was already different from mortals. To mortals, no heartbeat, no breathing, and the body turned cold, that was death. But to cultivators, after cultivating to a certain level, if the body died, they could completely change to another body, and after cultivating to a higher level, as long as there was a trace of soul remaining, then it was not considered death. As for a higher level, perhaps it could reach the level where there was still one person in the world who remembered him, then he would not die. Cultivation was actually a process of constantly increasing the difficulty of death. The higher the cultivation, the harsher the conditions of death. You need an item of extreme Een to resist the Een Chi on the sovereign kingship. The devil said at this time. The Een Chi on the sovereign kingship should be something similar to the death Chi. Lan Nua suddenly said at this time, if you really can't find an item of extreme Een, I will help you resist the Yin Qi. Lan Noa, you want to borrow the Death Qi and Yin Qi on the Sovereign Kingship to help you cross the Nirvana realm, and smoothly cultivate to the immortal realm? Isn't this a bit too dangerous? Zhou Tong instantly figured out Lan Nua's idea. Lan Nua nodded slightly and said, No matter, during this period of time on the Dragon Island, I have already accumulated enough comprehension. Especially after being sealed by the Dragon Island, I was even on the verge of death. With the comprehension of death this time, I will definitely be able to cross the Nirvana realm with the help of the Death Qi on the Sovereign Kingship. It's still not safe. Because we don't know how strong the Death Qi on the Sovereign Kingship is, let's find that item of extreme Yin first. At least we have 2 backup plans. It will be a lot easier when the time comes. Zhou Tong finally looked at Xiao Chen. There was indeed an item of extreme Yin on this island, that was Swirenchi's burial cloth. However, Zhou Tong also didn't know where this thing was. He still had to rely on Xiao Chen to get it. This thing was related to Swirenchi. Maybe it was a small part of the arrangement of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chapter 768. The demon needed the power of the sacred tree of dragons to purify the Yin Qi and Death Qi all over their body. This process would take at least a few months, at most half a year. And during this period of time, Zhou Tong and the rest were also training in silence. However, this time, he didn't dare to let Xiao Chen handle this matter with ease. The place where he was training in seclusion was not far from the place where the demon used the sacred tree of dragons to purify their body. When the demon came out of seclusion, he would be the first to know. And just 7 days later, Xiao Chen suddenly brought along a small dragon with a body that was completely black. Its body was somewhat similar to a tiger or leopard. Furthermore, he was holding a piece of reddish-black cloth in his hand. This piece of cloth didn't have any special characteristics. It felt like a piece of cloth that had experienced countless years. But the moment they saw this piece of cloth, Zhou Tong and Lan Nua were startled. This piece of cloth indeed contained the aura of the sacred blood. It was supreme. Roar! When Zhou Tong was sizing up this piece of cloth that was dyed reddish-black by the blood, that small dragon that was brought back by Xiao Chen suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar at Zhou Tong. 10x! Xiao Chen was startled. He looked at that small dragon very worriedly. A special dragon king, the aura of Ediosaurus is somewhat insufficient. Only now did Zhou Tong shift his attention to this small dragon. This small dragon was different from the other dragons. Its head was the head of an Ediosaurus, but it didn't have any horns. It was just like a small dragon king that was born with a deficiency. Aura of Ediosaurus is insufficient? What do you mean? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with a little astonishment. He had already seen this small dragon many times during this period of time, but it was always beaten up by the other dragon kings every time. But even Xiao Chen had no choice but to admit, although this small dragon was very weak, it was extremely arrogant. It was not inferior to the other dragon kings in the slightest. Literally, there might have been an accident when it was born, so it was congenitally deficient, Zhou Tong said faintly. Zhou Tong secretly guessed that this little dragon might have been born deficient because of the Ediosaurus. If not for this, why would the Ediosaurus treat this little dragon differently? The Ediosaurus didn't even know how long it had been on the Dragon Island. During this period of time, it had seen countless little dragons being born. Why did it only have a deep impression of 10x? Just because of his stubborn personality? Perhaps it was because the Ediosaurus had done something during the 7 days of the birth of the ghost town. Therefore, this little dragon was affected when it was born, and it was congenitally deficient. Ediosaurus cared so much about it because it lacked something. If you want to make up for the innate deficiency, you must get enough of the Ediosaurus essence. The easiest way is to get rid of a dragon king. Zhou Tong immediately added. After saying that, Zhou Tong looked at Tenek. He directly opened his right palm in front of the tough little dragon. The brilliant green radiance directly restrained the tough little dragon as he said, "However, if you set your target on me and unleashed your killing intent at me, then you are gravely mistaken. Your innate strength is too far away from mine. Wait until you have completed the Ediosaurus essence, then you will have the qualifications to stand in front of me." While speaking, Zhou Tong waved his hand casually. The green radiance imprisoned the little dragon directly smashed it to the snowy ground at the side. Roar! 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 The little dragon crawled out from the snowy ground and roared at Zhou Tong with a furious expression. However, it didn't continue to release its killing intent. It was very clear that it already knew that it had no chance of winning against Zhou Tong. It was only roaring, as if it was trying to express something. Xiao Chen and the others couldn't understand, but Zhou Tong could. He chuckled and said, "You said that innate strength is nothing. You can also become an Ediosaurus with hard work." "That's right, you are right. But, the Dragon King of this generation, no dragon is my opponent. Whether it is the innate Dragon King or the acquired Dragon King, it is still the same. Even if there is a Dragon King who became an Ediosaurus before me, it is still the same. The strong one is not the tyrannical dragons that I belong to. The strong one is also not my innate physique, it is me." Boom! Zhou Tong's words had a huge impact on Xiao Chen, who was not far away. What kind of confidence, what kind of mentality did he have to be able to say such words? Lan Nua at the side was also a little absent-minded. She thought, "That's right, the innate advantage of dragons is just icing on the cake. Even if he is not a dragon, but a human, he can still reach an unimaginable realm in a very short period of time." During the time she was together with Zhou Tong, Lan Nua had already been shocked by Zhou Tong more than once. For anything, as long as she explained it once, he would be able to comprehend it to an unattainable realm in an instant. So much so that he would be able to come up with something new, and deduce something that was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. This was not some innate talent, but rather the strength of this dragon itself. The innate divine abilities and battle skills of the dragons were only a contrast to his own strength. They were only the green leaves that served as a foil for him. Even the always arrogant Tenex seemed to have been subdued by Zhou Tong's unrivaled confidence. It subconsciously took a few steps back. But very soon, it became angry and continued to roar. However, when its roaring appearance fell into the eyes of Xiao Chen and the others, it was no longer that unwilling to fall behind and fearless attitude. Instead, it appeared to be fierce in appearance but weak in heart. "It's still not enough. I never thought this kind of Tenex would also act like this in front of the Azure Dragon." Xiao Chen could faintly see the boldness of a real Ediosaurus from Zhou Tong. So much so that he didn't even need to make a move. Just by relying on his words, his conviction, and his imposing manner, it was enough to make a large number of practitioners retreat. "Xiao Chen, what you need to do first is to refine this burial cloth. Otherwise, when you board the Sovereign Kingship, you might encounter a big problem." Zhou Tong saw the situation was a little stiff, so he immediately added a sentence. "Us? You don't need to refine it?" Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with a little astonishment. Lan Nua didn't need to refine it, because Lan Nua's cultivation was high enough. She also needed to make use of the deathly aura on the Sovereign Kingship to refine her body. "But what makes you think you can do that? Do you think the armor on my body is just for looks?" Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen. The armor on his body was refined from his own dragon skin. Furthermore, ever since it was refined, Zhou Tong had been refining it all along. During the refining process, not only did he use the secret technique of the dragons from the entire world of immortals, he even mixed in some of the chaotic era's refining techniques occasionally. Combining two worlds, two kinds of training systems. The might of this armor far surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. Lan Nua's pair of eyes also looked at Zhou Tong's armor with a trace of curiosity. But very soon, she confirmed that this armor actually contained some kind of special profoundness. But is this the refining method of the dragons, or did he comprehend it himself? Lan Nua was also a little curious. Enough, Xiao Chen, you better train step by step honestly. I also need to train. Zhou Tong shook his head in the end, and returned to his place of training. He continued to absorb the spiritual energy and continued to train. Chapter 769. Time flashed by, 2 months passed by very quickly. Zhou Tong absorbed the worldly essence without any distractions every day. He concentrated on cultivating the various battle skills of the dragons. Furthermore, he compared them with some of the shrouding the heavens worlds Tao and magic. And on the other side, Lan Nua was also meditating during this period of time. She was preparing for the sovereign kingship. At the same time, Xiao Chen concentrated on refining Swirenchi's burial cloth. He even forced Ku and those 3 skeletons to refine it together. And at this time, that demon finally came out of seclusion. The gloomy aura from before could no longer be seen on his body. It was as if he had really turned into a normal human. Of course, the happiest one was none other than Ku. Its little sacred tree had returned once again. It was so excited that it hugged the sapling and rolled around in the snow. You finally came out of seclusion. It seems like the aura of death on your body has been completely refined. Zhou Tong also came out of seclusion. He carefully sized up this demon. Previously, when he looked at him, he still had the feeling of a zombie. But now, this demon's corporeal body could be considered as a real resurrection. There was no longer any aura of death in his body. The demon nodded his head and said, "All right, I know you guys are in a hurry to leave. Let's go to the beach together." While speaking, the group directly arrived at the beach as fast as lightning. The process of summoning the sovereign kingship is rather troublesome. It will take about 7 days. You guys wait patiently. While speaking, the demon began to carve one mysterious pattern after another on the sand on the beach. At the same time, he also took out a few dozen broken formation flags and inserted them at the key position of these patterns. Whoosh! The instant this formation took shape, a chilly wind blew in between heaven and earth. Soon after, a thunderous roar sounded. A layer of reddish-black clouds surged in the sky. It was as if there was a sea of blood within the clouds. There was an indescribable evil and strange feeling. However, this was only the beginning. In a trance, everyone felt as if they had returned to the scene when the ghost town appeared. The Yin aura filled the air between heaven and earth. The baleful aura was rolling like a black cloud. The bloody radiance flickered. It was as if a sea of blood was about to drown the heaven and earth. This kind of feeling was simply like the end of the world. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was incomparably shocked. This demon's strength was definitely not just that of a demigod. Even the Azure Dragon, who was also a demigod, did not seem to have reached this level. Even if the Dragon Island is sealed, the demon definitely has a way to increase his strength. Once he leaves, I'm afraid the situation will be completely different. Xiao Chen had a feeling in his heart, once this demon leaves, the entire continent will be turned upside down. The 3 skeletons looked very calm, but the soul light that occasionally appeared in their skulls showed that they were carefully investigating something. Ku, on the other hand, was looking at the demon curiously. She blinked her big eyes that were full of spiritual energy, looking very puzzled. However, it wasn't afraid of anything. It ran straight to the demon's side and asked with squeaking, "It's very simple. You'll understand it when you grow up." The demon was very afraid of Ku's background and bloodline, so he answered politely, "This magic array is quite interesting." Zhou Tong did not care about anything else. Instead, he began studying the magic arrays carved by the demons. He himself was proficient in magic arrays, but what he used before was actually the magic arrays of the shrouding the heavens world, such as some Genesis techniques and the like. But now that he saw the magic arrays of the world of immortals for the first time, he suddenly had a different feeling. However, this kind of magic array is useless. It should be a magic array that gathers the evil spirits between heaven and earth. Zhou Tong studied it a little and then shook his head, because this kind of magic array was really not a normal magic array. It should be a magic array that communicates with something. The demon continued to arrange the magic array. He took out some strange things from his storage space one after another. Suddenly, the yin qi between heaven and earth became even more terrifying, almost turning from gas to liquid. The tragic aura made Xiao Chen feel that it was difficult to stand still. He felt that if this continues, he may be killed by this fog. Xiao Chen hurriedly wrapped Suerensher's shroud around his body, and immediately isolated the yin qi from outside. Seeing that Xiao Chen had to rely on Suerensher's shroud to persist, Zhou Tong immediately said, "Xiao Chen, you should go find some food nearby first. Don't know how long you have to stay on the ship. If there is nothing to eat, you will be miserable." Yes, 9 secret heaven passage magic array needs 7 days to communicate with the evil spirit. After that, it can summon the sovereign kingship. You should go and find some food first. The demon also said. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded, then left and began to collect food on the Dragon Island. With the passage of time, 7 days gradually passed. The yin qi here had completely turned into liquid. For a time, demonic clouds billowed around the magic array. Baleful aura soared to the heavens. Countless evil spirits were roaring and hissing. The yin qi violently surged. Currently, only Zhou Tong, the demon, and Lan Nuo were able to withstand the situation here. Even though Xiao Chen was holding Suerensher's shroud, he still felt ice-cold from head to toe. We are going to summon the sovereign kingship now. We need human blood as the catalyst. The demon continued. Let me do it. Xiao Chen knew he had to do it himself. He bit his finger and let the blood flow down along his finger. The blood dripped onto the diagram that the demon had already carved. Immediately, his blood burst out with dazzling red radiance. Soon after, this blood slithered around the diagram like a long snake. In the end, the entire diagram was actually dyed with faint blood radiance. At the same time, the black fog in the sky became even denser. The deafening sound of the ghost howling was heard. A few huge, evil spirits were roaring towards the sky within the magic array. The sound shook the heaven and earth. The ghost howling was accompanied by the majestic chilly wind that engulfed the second area of the ocean. A grand and terrifying aura seemed to have passed through time and space, and transmitted some kind of message. Wu immediately, the ghostly wailing and wolf howling sound transmitted from the depths of the golden taboo ocean as a response. At the same time, a black ship the size of a small hill sailed over from the surface of the ocean like a specter. It emitted an overflowing baleful aura, which caused the entire taboo ocean to become turbulent. This was the sovereign kingship. The pitch-black hull appeared so eerie and strange. It was as if the hull was carrying a piece of hell, and was connected to the gates of hell. This ship was as different as heaven and earth compared to the Ediosaurus ship that was emitting rainbow-colored radiance from before. When the sovereign king's ship reached the shore, its shape was immediately revealed in front of everyone. The sovereign king's ship looked just like a skull that was facing the sky. The pitch-black hull was filled with all kinds of demonic designs. There was also a pitch-black fog in the surroundings of the ship, just like the ghost fog. There was also a lamp emitting a deathly white radiance on the ship. It looked just like a ghost ship that was extradited from the Yellow Spring River. It was brimming with a terrifying aura. At the same time, a bitter black light was shot from the sovereign king's ship towards the shore. It formed a bridge of death, allowing the people on the shore to walk along it and board the sovereign king's ship. What a terrifying sovereign king's ship! Don't tell me it was really refined from the skull of a sovereign king? Looking at the shape of this ship, Xiao Chun felt a kind of eerie aura. This kind of ship, walking into it was just like walking into the mouth of a ghost. Don't hesitate anymore, let's go. Zhou Tong didn't have the slightest trace of fear or hesitation. He directly walked along the bridge of death and boarded the sovereign king's ship. After a little bit of hesitation, Xiao Chen followed closely behind Zhou Tong and boarded the ship together. After that, it was the demon, Lan Noa Kiki, and the 3 skeletons at the end. After Zhou Tong's group boarded the ship, the sovereign king's ship quickly headed towards the Immortals' mainland. Chapter 770. Roar! Just after Zhou Tong and the others boarded the sovereign king's ship, the dragon roar on the Dragon Island suddenly shook the heavens. It actually suppressed the ghost roar on the sovereign king's ship. Everyone turned their head around to look. They only saw 10 extremely huge dragon silhouettes appearing on the seaside and roaring towards them. These dragon silhouettes were the 10 royal dragons, for example, the tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, 8-clawed tyrant dragon, stegosaurus, and so on. There were exactly 10 of them. They were the true 10 royal branches. That tyrannical dragon! Zhou Tong's gaze immediately looked at the tyrannical dragon among the group of dragons. The moment he saw the other party, Zhou Tong understood that tyrannical dragon was the father of his current body. When he was born before, he only saw the mother of his current body from afar. But now, he finally saw the father of his current body. The tyrannical dragons on the island are also a race. If my guess is correct, he should be the king of the tyrannical dragon bloodline. Zhou Tong looked at the tyrannical dragon, then his gaze swept past the other few dragons. The other monarch lion dragons, 8-clawed tyrant dragon, should also be the kings of their respective races. But very soon, Zhou Tong looked at the group of the 10 dragons. There was a small pitch-black dragon among them. It was precisely the tough little dragon he saw before. At this moment, the 10 dragons were all licking the little dragon's body. One after another, an undetectable multicolored radiance merged with the little dragon's body. Draconic aura! Zhou Tong muttered in his heart. These 10 royal clans all gave a strand of draconic aura to the tough little dragon. Although it was not the most essential Ediosaurus aura, it could still make up for the lack of Ediosaurus aura to the tough little dragon. Brother Azure Dragon, have you ever thought about why you tyrannical dragons are sending off that little dragon, but not you? Seeing until here, Xiao Qin looked at Zhou Tong at the side with a little curiosity. What's the difference between sending them off or not? Zhou Tong was emotionless. Even if you give all the treasures, techniques, and battle skills in the world to this little dragon, so what? Even if a real Ediosaurus were to appear here and give all of its Ediosaurus essence to this little dragon, so what? My heart is invincible. In the future, it will not be my opponent. Zhou Tong's voice was still full of confidence. Swoosh. However, just as Zhou Tong's voice fell, a brilliant green light suddenly appeared on the body of the T-Rex, one of the 10 dragons. The light streaked across the sky and instantly landed on Zhou Tong's body. Ugh! Almost immediately, Zhou Tong felt as if some kind of shackle within his body had been broken. His cultivation, which was originally at the first level of the airborne realm, quietly broke through at that moment, directly advancing to the second level. Not only that, but there was also a huge amount of information surging into his mind. It was all the inheritance information of the tyrannical dragon bloodline. Zhou Tong could feel that there were still a lot of battle skills that were not passed down in the bloodline of his current body. The 10 royal dragons, each clan had their own inherited secret technique. For example, The tyrannical dragon clan was most proficient in controlling the wind and thunder. The monarch lion dragon clan was most proficient in controlling the power of the sun, radiance, and so on. The other dragons also had their own specialties. These specialties could be passed down through the bloodline, but there were still a lot of things that were not passed down through the bloodline. For example, the things that the ancestors learned on their own. Even if your heart is invincible, the seniors of your clan still hope that you can have more capital. The demon at the side also sighed in admiration. With more capital, your advantage will be even greater. But this little dragon, the demon said, his gaze when looking at Tenex also carried a trace of bewilderment. He had already stayed on the Dragon Island for many years. He once saw on a broken monolith on the Dragon Island that there was a dragon that would not leave the Dragon Island at the same time as the Dragon Kings. It would travel alone. However, after reading until here, the demon looked at Zhou Tong at the side and thought, is there a mistake in the monolith's description? There is clearly another Dragon King on this ship. Furthermore, it is the most powerful Azure Dragon King. Zhou Tong also sensed the demon's gaze. He turned his head slightly and looked at the demon's eyes. Very soon, he noticed the astonishment in the demon's eyes. He should have seen the monolith on the Dragon Island. There is a little dragon that will not leave together with the other Dragon Kings. Zhou Tong was also secretly calculating in his heart. Obviously, that thing can only be regarded as a prophecy. Moreover, it is most likely related to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and Swarenshi. Not leaving together with the other dragons and leaving the Dragon Island alone, but how was this possible? If there was no demon, if there was no Shao Chen, how could this dragon leave the Dragon Island? Could it be that the remaining Eddosaurus would summon the Eddosaurus ship again and send it out of the Dragon Island? But did that Eddosaurus really have the strength to summon the Eddosaurus ship? That dragon in the original work was already very tired to even talk. If it was not because he received the essence of the Eddosaurus from the Yellow River brought by Shao Chen, he might have already died. And if he didn't leave the Dragon Island, then there was obviously a problem with that prophecy. Because there were still other Dragon Kings that didn't leave the Dragon Island. This obviously did not conform to the alone on the monolith. I seriously suspect the thing recorded on this monolith might be a coordinate set by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The coordinate on the timeline. Zhou Tong was a little bewildered. If there was no Shao Chen, this little dragon might not be able to leave the Dragon Island so easily. At the very least, the dragons would have to pay a considerable price. Just think about it, if there was no Shao Chen, would the dragons be at ease to send a dragon onto the Sovereign King ship? Especially when there was a demon on the ship that was hard to distinguish between good and evil. One must know that this demon might be afraid of the dragons on the Dragon Island, but once he left the Dragon Island, he might not necessarily be afraid of the dragons. And the confirmation of the content on this monolith might be the time determined by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They might have finally finished their scheme. If this is really the scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then it is understandable. Other than the sovereigns, only someone like me who came from another world would have the capital to escape their scheme. No matter how strong the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were, they wouldn't be able to calculate a visitor from another world like him. Forget it, the scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has nothing to do with me. I only came to this world to experience the way and magic of this world, as well as the unique training system of this world. Zhou Tong gave up on thinking about the scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors very quickly. He gradually shifted his attention to the inheritance given by the Tyrannosaurus King. The Tyrannosaurus King's inheritance was very profound and profound. Not only did it contain the power of the Tyrannosaurus King, it also contained some power that belonged to other dragons. For example, the water element that the 8-clawed Tyrannosaurus was proficient in, the metal element that the Stegosaurus was proficient in. Although it couldn't be considered as the essence of the other dragons, it was all-encompassing. It greatly broadened Zhou Tong's horizon. And on the other side, after the dragons conversed with Kiki for a while, the Sovereign King's ship also set off. Those dragons on the beach of the Dragon Island also faced the sky and let out a long roar. They watched as Zhou Tong and the rest boarded the Eddosaurus and left the Dragon Island. Chapter 771. The Sovereign King's ship gradually left the Dragon Island. This ancient ship is very big. The cabin is filled with aura. There is also a huge netherworld lamp hanging there, emitting a deathly white radiance. It gives people a very bad feeling. If Swirenchi's burial cloth was not floating at the side, Xiao Chun and the rest might not be able to withstand it. However, Zhou Tong and Lan Noa are quietly sitting cross-legged on the ship, allowing the aura and death aura in the cabin to drift around them. They are even absorbing and refining these aura and death aura. Lan Noa is a Nirvana realm cultivator. This realm requires one to comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. These death aura are the best assistance for Lan Noa to break through to a higher realm. Especially now that the Sovereign King's ship has already left the Dragon Island, the seal on her body is gradually unraveling. She regained her Nirvana realm strength. For a moment, colorful fog pervaded around Lan Noa. One ripple after another spread out in the void, as if a formless river of time is revolving around her. And on the other side, Zhou Tong's refining of the aura and death aura is not as grand as Lan Noa's. His current power is insufficient. He can only refine strands of aura and death aura. He is mainly analyzing the things cultivated in this world from these energy. Xiao Qin looked at Zhou Tong and Lan Noa with a gaze filled with envy. The demon at the side laughed and said, "Brat, don't be envious of them. No matter if it is this azure dragon or this little girl, they are exceptional prodigies rarely seen in several 10,000 years. This kind of innate talent is not something you can be envious of." While speaking, the demon looked at Zhou Tong and Lan Noa with a somewhat grave expression. This little girl broke through to the immortal secret realm at such a young age. Her innate talent is simply unimaginable. This Azure Dragon King has even broken all the rules I know. Any combat skill can be mastered with just a hint. I even suspect that he is the reincarnation of some Zhu Shun. Is there really a reincarnation? Xiao Chun cried out in surprise. Who knows, you have to ask Zhu Shun about this kind of thing. If I remember correctly, there should still be a Zhu Shun on the continent. Shenong should still be alive. If you have the chance to meet Shenong, you can ask him yourself, the demon mocked. Xiao Chun was speechless. How could he possibly meet Shenong Zhu Shun in his current state? He then turned to look at the golden ocean outside the ship. Crash! Along with the advance of the Sovereign King's ship, the golden taboo ocean was rippling with golden waves. It was incomparably brilliant. However, when Xiao Chun tried to throw a fruit into the sea, the moment the fruit left the range of the Sovereign King's ship's black light, it instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Xiao Chun was horrified. This scene was too terrifying. If a human's flesh and blood fell in, there was no doubt that the result would be the same. And what made Xiao Chun feel even more uneasy was that the Sovereign King's ship was getting slower and slower. It was as if it encountered a huge resistance, as if there was a bizarre power preventing the ancient ship from leaving this ocean region. This kind of speed was completely different from when the Sovereign King's ship was summoned. It was as if there was a mysterious power controlling everything. It seemed to know that the ancient ship was carrying someone or something from the Dragon Island, thus it exerted its power to obstruct the ancient ship. However, although the Sovereign King's ship's speed had slowed down, it was still moving forward slowly in the end. Its speed was almost equivalent to a jogging speed. it was still slightly faster than walking. With this kind of speed, they would still need a few days to leave this golden taboo ocean. Time passed by little. In a blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The curtain of night fell, the galaxy in the sky was dazzling. However, at this time, Ku suddenly screamed and woke everyone up. Zhou Tong also opened his eyes and looked over. They saw Ku plucking the dragon's sacred tree from her head. A kind of undetectable fluctuation appeared on the sacred tree of dragons. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were actually specks of indiscernible golden light from all directions. Those specks of light were slowly drifting over and converging towards the small sacred tree. This was the power of the golden taboo ocean. It was attracted by the sacred tree of dragons. Xiao Qin was astonished. He immediately brought the small sacred tree to the side of the ship. Immediately, the number of golden specks of light increased. They were like fireflies as they converged towards the small sacred tree. Seeing the growth of the small sacred tree, Ku blinked her big eyes and ran all over the place. She was extremely excited. And on the other side, Zhou Tong was also quietly watching everything before his eyes. Vaguely, a brand new divine ability suddenly appeared in his mind. However, Xiao Qin also couldn't keep holding onto the small sacred tree like this. He tied this tree to Swirenchi's burial cloth and let it absorb those specks of light outside the ship. Roar! And just at this time, 10x at the side suddenly cried out in surprise. Xiao Qin turned his head around and looked over. He saw Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged not far away all along. There were also golden specks of light flocking towards him like fireflies. Those golden specks of light were really too many. They were so many that even the green radiance on his body was covered by the golden radiance. His entire body was dyed in a dazzling golden color. At this moment, it was as if he was cast from gold. His entire body was resplendent and blossomed with brilliant golden radiance. You! Xiao Qin looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Don't be so surprised, I was watching the sacred tree absorbing the power of the golden taboo ocean. I had a sudden realization and comprehended a similar divine ability. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Two brilliant golden radiances instantly streaked across the void like two sword rays. But very soon, the golden radiance in his eyes disappeared. He regained his previous appearance. However, not only did the golden radiance on his body not disappear, it became even denser instead. The power of the golden taboo ocean was flocking towards his body unceasingly. Zhou Tong also felt that the deep sea in his body seemed to have undergone some kind of bizarre transformation. However, he was unable to tell what it was for the time being. However, Zhou Tong was certain that this was a good change. Because this divine ability that absorbed the power of the taboo ocean was derived from the heavenly monolith's mysterious technique. You! Xiao Qin didn't know what to say. Watching the sacred tree absorb the golden taboo ocean was enough to create a similar divine ability? Do you need to be so monstrous? Roar! However, 10x was still unwilling to admit defeat. It roared at Zhou Tong again and again. No need to roar, do you want to learn? I will teach you. Zhou Tong looked at 10x's appearance and also smiled. Roar! 10x shook its head repeatedly, but its eyes were still filled with enmity. You don't want to accept my favor? That's up to you. However, I can still make progress in this kind of situation, but you can't. If you don't want to learn from me, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. In the future, you won't even be able to see my back. Zhou Tong said with a smile. Roar! 10x's complexion changed as it roared again and again. Going back on your words, are you willing to learn from me? But if you learn from me, how can you surpass me, the founder? Zhou Tong looked at 10x with a smile. This little dragon's reaction was too interesting. 10x finally realized that Zhou Tong was playing with it at this time. Its complexion finally sunk. Haha, I won't play with you anymore. The thing is right here. If you want to learn it, then learn it yourself. Zhou Tong waved his hand and a green light formed a row of characters in the void. What was written on the characters was precisely what he had comprehended. Xiao Chun at the side was also looking very carefully. He was also a little astonished. This method, there are some traces of the divine steel mystic technique. How long has it been since he obtained the divine steel mystic technique? He actually comprehended it to this level. Thinking until here, Xiao Chen's heart was filled with dejection. He had already practiced this method for 10 years, but it couldn't compare to this dragon's trifling 3 to 5 months of practice. The gap was too big. Chapter 772. On the Golden Taboo Ocean, a pitch-black skull slowly sailed forward. This ship had already been sailing on the surface of the sea for a few days. During this period of time, a lot of strange things had happened. They even came across the headless Buddhist monk. However, the only one who was affected from beginning to end was Xiao Chun alone. Whether it was Zhou Tong or Lan Nua, both of them were immersed in their training. Lan Nua was immersed in refining the aura of death and comprehending the profound of life and death. As for Zhou Tong, he was immersed in absorbing the divine power from the Golden Taboo Ocean. He continued to consolidate his potential and move forward. Finally, after sailing for a few days, the Sovereign King's ship's speed became faster and faster. In the end, it almost turned into a black light as it moved unhindered on the Taboo Ocean. Everyone knew clearly that this was the sign that the Sovereign King's ship was about to leave the Taboo Ocean. Xiao Chun and the rest were very happy. But for Zhou Tong, it was a little regretful, because once they sailed out of the Taboo Ocean, he would no longer be able to absorb the golden divine power from the Taboo Ocean. On the other side, Ku was very excited, because before the Sovereign King's ship sailed out of the Taboo Ocean, her sacred tree had already grown the 4th golden leaf. And on this day, Zhou Tong finally stopped his training, because the Sovereign King's ship had already left the Taboo Ocean. Crash! The bluish-green waves rolled over and over on the ocean surface. The Sovereign King's ship was moving faster and faster. After leaving the Taboo Ocean, its speed kept on increasing. It rushed towards the Immortals' mainland like a flickering light. In the vast ocean, there were some islands left behind by the Sovereign King's ship from time to time. This ancient ship was riding the wind and breaking the waves. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the bluish-green waves. It was emitting a very deep and low sound. In just a few days, this ship had already sailed several tens of thousands of miles away. And at this time, the Sovereign King's ship also began to decelerate gradually. At the same time, a vast and ancient aura assaulted their faces. Everyone knew they were already not far away from the Immortals' mainland. Not long later, the Sovereign King's ship began to decelerate rapidly. It seemed to be a real life form with intelligence. When it got close to the Immortals' mainland, it burst out with a black light and formed a bridge. Immediately after, Zhou Tong and the rest were thrown out of the Sovereign King's ship uncontrollably. They followed the bridge and directly arrived at the mainland. Standing firmly on the ground, Xiao Chun felt as if he had been cut off from the world for a long time. Even Zhou Tong had a different feeling. They had finally arrived at a place with human habitation. Woo-woo! After throwing out all the passengers, the Sovereign King's ship also let out a gloomy ghostly howl. It burst out with a strange radiance and then broke through the blue sea. Without even looking back, it flew away. After arriving at the mainland, those 3 skeletons put on human skin according to Xiao Chen's instruction, then they put on beast skin clothes. At the same time, Zhou Tong also casually refined a hooded gown with beast skin and wore it. Those 3 skeletons were extremely strange existences, so they naturally needed to conceal themselves. Zhou Tong didn't want to expose his identity as a dragon for the time being, so he used this robe to cover the pair of dragon horns on his head. As for the devil on the other side, as soon as he got off the boat, he seemed to have disappeared completely. This beach seemed to have gone through a fierce battle, right? And it happened not long ago? Xiao Chen was preparing to go deeper, but he was immediately stunned when he saw the scene in the vicinity. That was because the entire coast was in a complete mess. Even the ground was split open, and there were many bloodstains that didn't dissipate even after a few months. It should be after the return of the Ediosaurus. Those people on the mainland were fighting over the Dragon King. Lan Nuo finally opened her mouth at this time. While she was speaking, she even looked at Zhou Tong and Tenex, who were not far away. Lan Nuo, have you finished your nirvana? Zhou Tong looked at Lan Nuo and asked. Lan Nuo shook her head and said, Unfortunately, the time spent on the Sovereign Kingship was still too short. If I had a few more days, I would have been able to pass the last nirvana. I need to find a safe place to train for half a month. I should be able to pass the last nirvana. Farewell, we will meet again, Lan Nuo said, then she floated away. Her figure was confident and at ease, her speed was extremely fast. She disappeared in a blink of an eye. Seeing Lan Nuo leave, Xiao Chen was also a little disappointed and frustrated. He looked at the direction Lan Nuo left in a daze. However, Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chen at this time, and said with a smile, Don't look anymore, she already left. Although I understand your feelings, I have to say the gap between you and Lan Nuo is really too big. You are just a dragon that was born a few months ago, yet you know so much? Don't tell me you already had bad intentions towards Lan Nuo? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with disdain, then he also laughed. I think you should just give up. You are just a little guy, ha ha. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen and said, Don't worry, I am not that interested in you humans. I am preparing to take revenge on the Undying Sect. Let's part ways here. Revenge on the Undying Sect? Since when did the Undying Sect provoke you? Xiao Chen was very shocked. Those old bastards from the Undying Sect deceived you and decided to summon the Ediosaurus ship in advance. This enmity naturally has to be avenged. Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. How do you know it was done by the Undying Sect? Xiao Chen continued to ask. I don't care if those old bastards from the Undying Sect are the masterminds or not. In any case, let's find them first. When the time comes, we will use torture to extort a confession. If they are the masterminds, we will directly kill them. If they are not the masterminds, we will make them confess the masterminds and then kill them. Zhou Tong's light voice made Xiao Chen's heart tremble. That is the Undying Sect, are you really sure? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with some suspicion. I know you have trained to the Zephyr realm, which is the so-called demigod, but I am afraid the number of demigods in the Undying Sect is beyond your imagination. Of course I am not sure, that is why I said prepare. In other words, prepare for revenge. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen. He would not foolishly run over to take revenge right now. Although the original work did not mention what realm the Undying Sect's patriarch was at, he was at least close to the level of a demigod. The original work clearly stated that he used himself as a cauldron, and almost trained the obliterate demon Absolute God to great success. Even if that patriarch had not succeeded yet, his realm must have already reached the perfected person or even the earth-penetrating realm. This was definitely not something he could contend against right now. Going to the Undying Sect right now was no different than courting death. It seems like even the fearless you don't have the guts to take revenge, Xiao Chen said with a smile. For a gentleman to take revenge 10 years is not too late, for a villain to take revenge all day long. Give me 10 years, I can directly overturn the Undying Sect. Why should I put myself in danger for a few insignificant people? Are those old bastards even worthy of me risking my life? Zhou Tong said with a light smile. Alright, let's not talk anymore, I am leaving. Zhou Tong took one last glance at Xiao Chen. Then he directly soared into the sky and disappeared in front of Shao Chen. Chapter 773. After leaving Shaoqin, Zhou Tong didn't go too far away. He merely flew several hundred miles away, found a desolate place, and immediately went into seclusion. When he was in the Golden Taboo Ocean, he absorbed too much divine power. Previously, when he was on the Sovereign Kingship, he didn't have enough time, so he kept suppressing his breakthrough. Now, he could finally make progress. Zhou Tong casually blasted out a cave in the nearby mountain, then sealed the cave with his divine ability. Finally, he carved some formation runes, completely isolating the outside world from interference. After doing all this, he finally started to circulate his power to make a breakthrough. Just when he was circulating the dragon's technique, he suddenly felt the waves in the deep sea surging. Boundless divine power was flowing in his body unceasingly. Just the overflowing divine power and vitality made Zhou Tong's body tremble violently. Rumble! In the next instant, it was as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in his heart. Immediately after, his body felt as light as a feather, as if he was floating in the clouds. In this instant, he directly broke through to the 6th celestial layer from the 2nd celestial layer. At this moment, his entire body flickered with green treasured radiance. It was as if his fleshly body was sanctified. His essence, energy, and spirit reached an unprecedented height. A powerful force was circulating in his body, flickering with green radiance. It was like a surging river. It made him feel a kind of surging divine power unceasingly tempering his fleshly body. It made him feel as if he was being reborn. Especially towards the end, every inch of his skin was like divine jade, brimming with explosive power. After the breakthrough this time, his fleshly body and divine power had improved by a lot compared to before. Even more treasures were opened in his body. Essence was surging all over his body. The abundant vitality even affected this small mountain where he was in seclusion. If someone was here, they would be able to see that in the vicinity of this mountain peak, withered trees came back to life, old vines sprouted green, tender grass broke through the soil, exuding vitality. The aura of the soil mixed with the fragrance of flowers and grasses. This was a new world, as if life was being born. Everything was brimming with vitality and hope. Breaking through 4 heavenly layers in a single breakthrough, the divine power in the taboo ocean is truly terrifying. Zhou Tong came out of seclusion, and his eyes carried a trace of surprise. As expected of the power of the golden taboo ocean, the amount of power accumulated on the sovereign kingship in just 4 to 5 days was far more than what he had accumulated on the Dragon Island. If there's a chance, I really want to completely refine that taboo ocean in one go. Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. It can be foreseen that if he really refined the taboo ocean and integrated all of its divine power into his own sea, the effect would not be inferior to refining a real Zhu Shun. As for the matter of the Forbidden Ocean, I will have to wait until I advance to the half-martial ancestor realm before I can refine it. Right now, I have to make a trip to the barbarian race's sacred mountain. Zhou Tong came out of his seclusion. He stood quietly on the ground and said softly. As a matter of fact, there weren't that many opportunities in the Immortals' mainland. However, Zhou Tong clearly knew that there was an opportunity related to the dragons, and that was the barbarian race's sacred mountain. There was a Dragon King skeleton that was extremely close to Eddasaurus in the sacred mountain. He should be able to obtain some essence of Eddasaurus from there. The barbarian race's sacred mountain is located at the southwest border of the Immortals' mainland. It is located at the northwest of the Celestial City in the southern wasteland. It is at least 50,000 miles away from the Celestial City, and the place I am going to is the southernmost part of the southern wasteland. The first place I have to go is the Celestial City. After confirming the location, Zhou Tong soared into the sky and gazed into the distance. His gaze immediately landed on some pedestrians several hundred miles away. After asking them about the location of the celestial city, Zhou Tong immediately transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from this mountain forest. The southern wasteland's mountain forest spanned over 10,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. There were even countless rare and unusual beasts within it. Zhou Tong flew all the way here. In a short span of 3 days, he passed through 10,000 mountains, walked through endless forests, and arrived at the celestial city. This city was tall and magnificent. It was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. The city wall was no less than 10 zhang tall. The tall city gate tower was even more magnificent. It was just like a palace in the 9th heaven. There was a moat outside the city. The width was no less than 10 zhang, and the depth was also 50 to 60 zhang. Although there were lotus flowers and schools of fishes swimming on the surface of the river, if one looked carefully, one could see some creatures like crocodiles in the river. This was the most famous city in the southern wasteland. There were all kinds of legends about this city. It was related to the celestial emperor. It was shrouded in a layer of mysterious veil. This is the famous city of the southern wasteland? It doesn't look like much. Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the city wall. He shook his head slightly. This city wall was too low. If this kind of city was brought to the mortal world, it would definitely be an incomparably grand city. But if it was brought to the world of practitioners, this kind of city was too insignificant. Not to mention those huge cities on the starry sky ancient road of the shrouding heaven world, even some of the cities in the northern Dipper were incomparable. If this celestial city was placed in the northern Dipper, it could only be regarded as a small city at most. Let's take a look at what's so special about this city first. After passing through the suspension bridge and the moat, Zhou Tong entered the celestial city very smoothly. The guards of the celestial city were actually just putting on a show. They wouldn't interrogate and obstruct the people entering and leaving the city. That was because there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons on the continent. Nobody knew if the person they casually stopped was some peerless character. As far as these guards were concerned, it was fine as long as they didn't cause trouble at the city gate. As soon as they entered the celestial city, everything was bustling as far as the eye could see. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages in the city. The street was bustling with activity. Shops stood in great numbers on both sides of the street. The sound of hawking rose and fell in succession. Top-quality cyan yuan feather, sold at a discount of 500 gold coins. 1,000-year-old knotweed, a genuine spiritual medicine. Our shop just opened, we have a big discount on the first day. Sugar-coated haws, made of cinnabar fruit. 1 stick will refresh the mind, 2 sticks will never tire, 3 sticks will make you immortal. The strongest war beast, unparalleled under the heavens. Zhou Tong walked on the street. All kinds of hawking sounds made him speechless. This kind of characteristic was simply cut from the same cloth as those cities in the shrouding the heavens world. However, there are also a lot of races in this place. It's very similar to the scene of the birth of the Northern Dipper's myriad races. Zhou Tong immediately shifted his gaze towards the stream of people in the city. There were men and women, old and young in the city, and there were all kinds of races. There were blonde hair and blue eyes, purple hair and black eyes, red hair and red eyes. There were all kinds of people in the city. Moreover, there were also some giants who were 10 to 20 feet tall, and some barbarians who had beast ears or beast tails. Zhou Tong shuttled back and forth in the crowd. Everything here made him feel as if he had returned to the shrouding the heavens world. This city is a little interesting. I should be able to buy some spirit essence. However, for me, the first thing I need is money. Zhou Tong walked while thinking of ways to make money. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.